Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished speakers, ambassadors, government officials, and esteemed guests across the Caribbean region and the African continent, good morning all. All right, some of you are still recovering from the party last night, I can tell. So let's shake up a little bit, shake your shoulders a little bit. It's the last day and we're ready to go, all right? So good morning, everybody. All right, we're gonna have to get you some coffee, all right? All right, so I'm your Master of Ceremonies, Ms. Neela Etienne, and it is my absolute pleasure to guide you through today's dynamic and purpose-driven event hosted by the Grenada Investment Development Corporation. Now, a couple days ago, we stepped into a movement that says the time for Afri-Caribbean collaboration is not tomorrow, it is now. Our theme for today is building bridges, investment, trade, and business. It is a call to action, not just a side event, but it is a call to action. A call to connect capital with creativity, policy, and purpose, and people with prosperity. It's about forging new pathways between continents that share not only history, but a bold and shared future. This morning, we will explore how Grenada is positioning itself as a beacon for investment. We'll also dive into visionary projects like Project Polaris, and we'll hear from leaders who are reimagining citizen by investment as a tool for legacy and empowerment. And of course, we'll close with a high-impact dialogue on how we can unlock trade, investment flows between Africa and the Caribbean, two regions rich in potential and ready to rise, ready to do business together. So guys, buckle up, get ready to engage and connect, and let's build bridges that last for generations. We now officially begin today's proceedings. Please join me in welcoming a distinguished leader and champion for Grenada's development, Chairman, His Excellency Dr. Richard Nixon, Ambassador and Chairman of the Grenada Investment Development Corporation. Dr. Nixon.
Thank you, Nelia. Good morning to everyone. That ain't working. Good morning to everyone. Great, great. It's my pleasure to welcome you to the events today, and we hope that we can share enough information with you to put all the policies and plans we discussed over the last 2 days into tangible results and action. Today, we hope to share with you the different paths for investing and partnering with Grenada, and we have presentations from the Bonny Chamber of Commerce. We also have friends from Guyana that's going to be talking about Guyana being the bridge for North-South cooperation between the Northern Caribbean and Brazil and Argentina. And as you know, there's so many unknowns in the world today, so many things that change in. The Caribbean have to look for new business partners and trading partners. It's not to neglect what we've done in the past. We'll continue those, but we have to diversify our sources to become sustainable. So hopefully we'll get some good information from Guyana and create the links. This is a networking function. It's a day to just share, learn, ask questions, and of course visit the exhibits that are around here today. So again, to day 3, it's a new day, it's a new beginning for Africa and the Caribbean and digging deeper into South America. Welcome everyone. I'd like to invite OK to come and share a few words from Afreximbank. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Nixon. Allow me to stand on all established protocols. Okay. Good morning to everybody. Did we all make it strong this morning after a very busy last night? How did it go? Absolutely. So it gives me great honor to stand before you today to address this August event, the day 3 of the Afri-Caribbean Trade and Investment Forum. just to point out that this is the first time we're having this important day 3, because what used to happen is we do the conference, we do the talk, we do the matchmaking in the hall, and then everybody disperses, So this, for me, is a very important segment of this forum, because it gives us an opportunity to have a more intimate conversation and for us to ask deeper questions about the investment opportunities that abound in this very beautiful island of Grenada. I'd like to start by thanking the Honorable Prime Minister, Dickie Mitchell, for making this very successful event possible with his team. Ambassador Nixon, all the PSCs, the ministers. I mean, we could all feel it. What I make out of it is that it's a bold statement on the part of Grenada, because of course, things could have been delegated, functions could have been assigned to parties to execute. But we saw right from the top, the Prime Minister and the ministers and other top government officials being there physically present to ensure that all the I's are dotted and all the T's are crossed. And what bettered out of it is, for me, a hugely successful 4th edition of the Afri-Caribbean Trade and Investment Forum. So I think we should put our hands together for them. Now, what that emphasizes for me is, from the time I came into the airport, you could feel that sense of welcome. Because, of course, you're no longer talking to people who have been delegated to do just their official work, but you're talking to people who are welcoming you because they really want you to feel welcomed. And I feel all of us had that same feeling when we have there. So that means a lot of people are going away from this, and I think that's the feeling I got, with a very good taste of Grenada. Not just the fact that they have the spices, right? They say the Spice Island, but I mean, we indeed felt the beauty of the spice of this very beautiful island called Grenada. So you feel that welcome, and you feel that sense of hospitality. And what that tells me is that there's no better place for business than a place where you are given this kind of welcome. So from Afreximbank's perspective, we think this ACTIF is very successful. And I'm also heard that from all the participants who come in to whisper to my ears to say, congratulations, great event. But I'm not taking those congratulations to myself alone. I think that goes right to the local organizing committee and to all of us who came in and comported ourselves so well to give us what is going to stand out as one of the most outstanding ACTIVs ever. We could see it from the number of attendants. People came. It's record, so far, because last year in the Bahamas, we had a slightly larger crowd, but that was due to the fact that we had 2 events in one. So far, this is the only standalone ACTIV that attracted the number of delegates that we saw at display. I believe business cards have been exchanged. New friends have been made. So now there's a call for action. So we need to pick up our phone from time to time, call our friends here in Grenada, and to talk about, in clear, practical terms, how can we do business. And to the Grenadian authorities, I want to tell you also to get ready, because this is just the beginning. People are going to come back. Trust me. There's an African proverb that says, when a road is good, you ply that road twice, in fact, multiple times. So I think people feel the spice and they're going to definitely come back. We were able to sign deals in excess of $300 million here. That's a practical. That's on the practical side, what we want to use ACTIV to showcase is a bold account of the successes that originate from one event to the other. And also, important to emphasize that actually last year in the Bahamas, my good friend Ronald, who was the chairman of CAIPA, had opportunity to meet with the Bonny Chambers. And I'm happy that the conversations that ensued has actually led to Bonny Chambers curating this event that we're having today jointly with the Grenada Investment Agency. So for us, that's another big plus that the connection is working. Now, what we are looking to have is indeed a practical global Africa, where the imaginary boundaries has been set among us will remain what they are, imaginary. So where we now look at a borderless connection among Africans, where we are thinking about doing collaborative business, not only in the space we call ours, but wide and near in the context of global Africa. And we want to believe that that is going to happen. And that's what I want all of us to look at today's event with an open heart, that we are open to looking at what is going to be presented before us by the parties who are knowledgeable about what are investable opportunities in Grenada, and we should take it forward, take it back. And one thing I want to promise is, yes, this kind of event is one of the collaborative events that we create, one of the connection opportunities that we make available, one of the facilitation drives that Afreximbank uses to introduce counterparties. But on the back of that is to say financing is important, and Afreximbank stands absolutely ready to provide the financing required to facilitate whatever investment conversations that take place today. Well, I think we've made all the talks, and I think I want to also use this opportunity to invite all of you to the next big assemblage that Afreximbank is putting together, which is the Intra-African Trade Fair that will take place in Algiers, Algeria, between the 4th and 10th of September. So yet again, that will be an opportunity for us to showcase what we are able to do, also for us to interact with a wider audience. We're expecting at least 600,000 visitors to the event in Algiers. And I think that's a wonderful opportunity for us to also showcase what we have in the Caribbean. Actually, a day has been set aside for the Diaspora Day. So you will have opportunity to tell the wider continent what is on offer from our respective islands for us to see. And I want to say that one thing, I want to just resonate on some of the messaging that passed on during this ACTIF. One thing we should know is that the size does not matter, but the spirit is what drives it. So let's take advantage of this opportunity and make this investment call that is on offer in us a very wonderful one. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you so much, OK. And OK is the Acting Chief Operating Officer of Afreximbank Caribbean office based in Barbados. OK, you mentioned something about a road. In Grenada, if there's no road, what do? We make a track, right? And we walk that track so many times, we call it a shortcut, and then eventually that shortcut becomes a road. And now I know because we're hosting this event, that shortcut, that road, eventually becomes a highway. And that's why this event is so important, because we're building bridges and highways, all right? So thank you once again. I also want to thank Mr. Ambassador Nixon for your remarks as well. And now we move to the presentation segment. We have two presentations in this segment. The first presentation will feature investment opportunities in Grenada. It will outline key sectors for investment, highlight strategic national initiatives, and share insights on Grenada's business-friendly environment. The first presentation will be done by Mr. Ronald Theodore, CEO of the Grenada Investment Development Corporation. I invite you at this time.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Please permit me to stand on protocols already established. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My job is really simple this morning. It's basically to present Grenada as an ideal investment location, and also to talk about the various projects and the sectors for investment. So Grenada has identified some priority sectors for investment. It's tourism and hospitality services, education and training, information and communication technology, the creative sector, agribusiness and manufacturing, energy transition, and the environment. So those are the priority sectors for investment. You may ask the question, why tourism and hospitality services? I think one of the first things that stands out is our natural beauty and unspoiled environment. I think everyone here could testify to that. We have a well-developed tourism plant, and that plant continues to develop. We see some recent development by Six Senses, the Intercontinental, Sandals. We've seen the Deliver project taking place as well. So there's some development that is taking place that will add to the tourism product. And yes, that plant continues to develop more and more, and there are more to come. We have a reasonably well-developed and regarded tourism destination with a high degree of customer loyalty. We do get a high percentage of visitors returning time and time again. In terms of the business environment, we do have a very conducive business environment, and that augurs well for developing tourism within Grenada. And I must say that we have ideal yacht and cruise destination. The opportunities, boutique hotels. There's a need for more room stock on island. And yes, there's a need for more boutique hotels. So again, there's opportunities where that is concerned. We can have as much boutique hotels and room stock, but there's also the opportunity for auxiliary tourism support services. Again, there's opportunity for additional auxiliary tourism services on island, and that presents an investment opportunity. Education and health services. You may ask the question, why that sector? And there's several attributes that speaks to this. We do have an aging population. Persons are living longer. And again, as you get older, there's need for more health services. And again, there's opportunities to provide more health services. After my presentation, you will have an excellent presentation done by Ms. Andrea Bernard, so I won't get into that, but she will present an ideal opportunity for health and wellness in Grenada. But there are opportunities for day spas, there are opportunities for assisted living, opportunities for rehabilitation centers. Again, the possibilities are endless, and I do urge you to consider this particular sector because there is a viable sector to actually invest in. Information and communication technology and the creative sector. You may ask the question, why that sector? What is important is that we have good broadband internet, we have competitive wages, we are fluent in English, and what is critical to this sector is that you must have space to house these facilities. As we speak, we are constructing a 40,000 square feet facility in Frequency. That facility will be ideal to house BPO type operations. So again, it augurs well for development of the sector. So there's opportunities for customer service centers, software development, film and music production, and not forgetting fashion. Again, there are opportunities where that is concerned. Agribusiness. We have a strong tradition of agriculture. We have a good reputation when it comes to producing high-quality spices and chocolate. I mentioned before the tourism sector, and there's linkages between tourism sector and the agribusiness sector, which presents tremendous opportunities. There are opportunities for organic farming. There are opportunities for good agricultural practice farming and value added. We produce tremendous amount of products that we can add value to. I'm not going to stand here and forget the fish sector. We produce about 5 million kilos of fish every year. We export quite a number of that fish. But there's opportunity for value added, to can fish, to do so much other byproducts to fish, to add value. Again, this presents an opportunity. There's significant export potential and opportunity within the agribusiness sector, and I urge you to take advantage of same. Energy development. Abundance of sunlight, abundance of wind. And I must stress here government's commitment to develop this sector. So there are opportunities for solar, wind, hydro, and geothermal. Again, this sector remains a viable investment opportunity for persons to invest. Light manufacturing. There are a wealth of Grenadian products that can be transformed into products that we can take advantage of. There are strong linkages between the sectors that allows for strong manufacturing opportunities. So I urge you to explore the manufacturing sector. It's important to look at the investment infrastructure for Grenada. I stand here to indicate clearly that we have supportive government policies. We do have a reliable supply of water and electricity. We have modern telecom, competitive cost base, and a good institutional framework. Stable economy, which is very important. A modern and transparent investment incentive framework. Excellent quality of life. It's ideal to do business in a place where you have good quality of life. And Grenada can testify to that. We have some existing trade agreements that we can take advantage of. For goods that are manufactured in Grenada, you get preferential access to several markets. And again, this augurs well for producing on island. We do have a robust citizen by investment program, and you'll hear more about that in the next presentation to come. But again, it's an opportunity that you can take advantage of. In terms of starting a business, you can register and start a business within 15 days. There are no restrictions on foreign currency, foreign ownership, repatriation of capital, dividends, interest, and distribution and gains. You can secure investment consents within 30 days. There's minimum entry requirements for doing business on island. In terms of the fiscal incentive support, we do have an investment allowance where capital invested can be written off against the taxable income for a period of 15 years. You have reductions in your property transfer tax your withholding tax. There's exemptions on custom duties on building materials, furnishing items, and articles to set up your operation. There's tax credits for training and research and development. And also there are VAT exemptions to establish your business operation. In terms of non-fiscal incentives, there's no discrimination among foreign investors. You are free to repatriate your profits, and you can easily convert currency. There's no headaches where that is concerned. And there's equal treatment between foreign and local investors. Now, when I walked through the presentation a while ago, I spoke a lot about concepts, ideas. But we're moving beyond just presenting concepts and ideas where investment is concerned. We are packaging investment projects. I show you here a little flyer with a QR code. You can collect this flyer at the booth, GIDC's booth, to the back of the hall. If you go on the code, you're able to explore several projects, investment-ready projects. Some of the investors are in the room. I see them on the left side, and I see them on the right side. These projects are packaged. It clearly outlines the investment costs, the return on investment, the NPV. It's ready investment projects, clearly outlining an opportunity. Throughout this conference, for the last 2 days, we spoke about it's all about the money. So these projects clearly indicate it's all about the money, clearly outlining why you should get involved in those respective projects. So again, I just showcase this little card, and you have the opportunity to collect them at the back of the hall. But again, these are investment-ready projects that Grenada has to offer. So I pause here and say thank you. But I have another, before I leave, I just want to invite Ms. Andrea St-Bernard to come on board and talk about this exciting project within the health and wellness sector. Ms. Andrea St-Bernard, I welcome you to the stage.
Thank you very much, Mr. Theodore. And I will also proceed on the established protocols, but take the opportunity to say what a wonderful opportunity this event has been. Just hearing the words from Ambassador Nixon and from Oki this morning has re-inspired me again to understand and take advantage of all of the opportunities that this event has really opened up for us. So it is my absolute pleasure to be here this morning and to share the platform with my friends and colleagues to offer a little bit more insight into the investment environment and very attractive opportunities that Grenada has to offer. I will certainly say that my presentation is very much a follow-on from Mr. Theodore's presentation, just giving a general overview of the investment environment in Grenada. However, for my part, I will have the opportunity to do this through the lens of what we in Grenada have coined as Project Polaris. Project Polaris is a term that we've used for a project that has become a priority for the government of Grenada. The government of Grenada is creating a world-leading, climate-smart medical city. It'll be located in Hopevale, Grenada. And any of you who have had the opportunity to look around, tour a little bit of Grenada, perhaps you took the trip to visit the Six Senses resort in La Sagesse, and if you did so, you would have passed by the site for the new Project Polaris. So it's a wonderfully located site, and the government of Grenada is committed now to building this medical city. And the centerpiece of the medical city will be a 250-bed state-of-the-art medical hospital. And this hospital will be a teaching and research hospital, and it will replace the existing general hospital for Grenada. So it's absolutely a priority project for our government, and we've taken tremendous strides already in realizing on this vision. This new research hospital will provide the basis for Grenada's transformation in healthcare, but it also offers the centerpiece and cornerstone for us to build the broader medical city. And while the government has spent the last couple years quite focused on getting this project started and ensuring that we have the plans in place to realize on our medical hospital, the time has come now to open the opportunity and the vision to the private sector and to invite you to work with us to help build the broader medical city. And so I'll take just a moment to give you a sense of what the government has done for its commitment to this vision of the medical city. And so to start with, the government has purchased 84 acres of land, which is a significant mass of land. 10 acres will be the new 250-bed hospital, and the rest of the 84 acres is for us to build together with vision, with the ideas, with the expertise and experience of the private sector, partnering together with the government of Grenada. In addition to securing the land, we've gone on to do the necessary technical assessments to ensure that we can realize on this dream. And we've spent over a year planning the necessary plans and ensuring that we have the right partnerships in place to move forward with speed and intense focus to see that our hospital is built. And so we have a plan and have begun engaging, in fact, with our master site planner, recognizing the importance of controlling and planning the 84 acres so that we have a well-planned and well-thought-out medical city, which becomes really a commercial hub, an opportunity for significant investment for Grenada for the next decade and beyond. During our year of strategic planning, we've managed to secure significant strategic partnerships that will put us in a good position to move our project forward. So just in May, a couple months ago, the government of Grenada entered into a long-term collaboration agreement with Mount Sinai Health Systems, which is one of the leading academic medical institutions in the world, based in New York, USA. And with that collaboration, our new hospital will be affiliated with Mount Sinai. And that will give us the opportunity to gain from that collaboration to ensure that we are delivering medical services that meet global best practices and paves the path for us to attain international accreditation. And so we are confident that we are building a world-class hospital that will offer and deliver world-class medical services. So for the hospital component, we'll be breaking ground next year, and we are on a schedule to be operational by 2029. And so that's enough about the hospital, because that's what the government's going to do. And it will be a world-class, state-of-the-art, 250-bed, climate-smart teaching and research hospital. And so what else comes beyond that is really where we look to the private sector to work with us to develop the rest of the medical city. And I have to say, we do believe that Grenada is quite uniquely positioned to develop, in particular, a medical tourism product and brand to encourage and development retirement living in our medical space. And so these are the types of opportunities that we have been working quite hard with our strategic partners, putting together the research, the planning, to ensure that we understand the markets and can attract the right volume into our medical city to encourage the medical tourism product, the retirement living, etc. So I'll take this opportunity to just allow you to view a video that will expand a little bit on our vision of what is Project Polaris.
Welcome to Grenada, Spice Island of the Caribbean, known for its breathtaking beauty, vibrant culture, and now a beacon of medical excellence and innovation. The government of Grenada proudly presents the new Hopevale Climate Smart Medical City. Located in the parish of St. David, this 84-acre medical city is set to revolutionize healthcare, education, and tourism, not just in Grenada, but across the OECS. At the core of this transformation is the new state-of-the-art Smart Research Hospital. Designed with patient-centered care and community engagement in mind, it will provide value-based specialist care, innovation healthcare solutions, industry-leading medical training, and cutting-edge research. From advanced medical oncology and reconstructive plastic surgery to physical therapy, fertility treatment, stem cell therapy, and more, the medical complex and annex will offer a wide range of specialized services, ensuring comprehensive care for all. Adjacent to the hospital, a large medical complex will house private sector and grant-funded services, including a biotech incubator and accelerator, fostering medical and technological advancements. The complex also conveniently features a 4-star luxury hotel, providing comfortable accommodations for recuperating patients, individuals receiving outpatient care, family members and visitors alike. Staff and student accommodations will be located within the medical city, providing easy commutes and an elevated team member experience. With dedicated retirement homes alongside beautiful private residences for doctors, hospital executives, and returning nationals, the complex ensures a holistic community-centered environment for all. Sustainability is at the forefront, with a solar plant providing renewable energy and supporting Grenada's commitment to eco-friendly initiatives. A vibrant array of restaurants, shops, and entertainment facilities, along with fitness and wellness centers, will create a lively and engaging community atmosphere. Beautifully manicured parks, walking, running, and biking trails will offer serene spaces for relaxation and recreation, enhancing the well-being of residents, patients, and visitors alike. Seamlessly connected by a well-designed road network and ample parking ensures easy access to all facilities, providing an efficient experience for everyone. The Hopevale Medical City will be a cornerstone of Grenada's medical and retirement tourism industries, attracting individuals worldwide with its promise of high quality in an environment unmatched in beauty and tranquility. Located just 20 minutes from the capital, St. George, and the airport, Grenada offers an English-speaking, safe, and scenic Caribbean destination conveniently accessible from North America, Europe, and the Latin American region. The Hopevale Climate Smart Medical City is not just a project, it is a vision for the future, a commitment of excellence to the people of Grenada, a beacon of hope for generations to come as we move Grenada forward.
So ladies and gentlemen, I introduce you to the Hopevale Medical Center. And the government of Grenada will be partnering with international and other regional private sectors to build the necessary infrastructure and services required for this medical city. And as I said, a lot of the opportunities that I will mention will echo or repeat the opportunities that Mr. Theodore mentioned, but we'll do so now as we walk through the Hopevale Medical City and see where these opportunities can really be, we can focus in on these opportunities. I want to lend also on the general investment incentives that Mr. Theodore had mentioned, all of which would be applicable to the investment opportunities here in the Hopevale Medical City. And really, again, to highlight, it's a quite wide scope of potential investment opportunities that are going to be required for us to build the envisioned medical city. Opportunities in healthcare services. The private sector certainly has a place in delivering healthcare services. Wellness and preventative care. The real estate and infrastructure requirements to build out the medical city are significant. And again, we're looking to partner with strategic partners for all of those requirements as well. And not to mention the areas of health education, health technology, and innovation. And I'll again remind you, the new hospital will be a teaching and research hospital, also leveraging on the Government of Grenada's exceptional relationship with the St. George's University, which is a leading medical school right here in St. George's that has about 5,000 students, but even more impressively, over 23,000 US accredited medical practitioners in its alumni. And so you can see the various pieces that help position Grenada as a known beacon for medical excellence that will build our brand for medical tourism. So to speak to some of the healthcare opportunities, certainly emergency medical transportation services. One of the accommodations that the new hospital will have to account for is helicopter transportation. If our hospital is meant to service our tri-island state and also assist with medical care for the region, we're certainly looking for partners to assist with the medical transport services, and there's absolutely a business opportunity in that. Specialist care centers. While we build a world-class hospital and drive the volume of persons coming to access the world-class healthcare services, the opportunity to build businesses for additional medical services certainly presents itself. And we can do so right within the hub of the 84-acre medical city. Day surgery centers and other private practices. And again, because the government has secured the 84 acres, and I'll say we are still at the beginning end of building the medical city, and we want to engage with you all in the early stages to get your ideas, your expertise, so that we can work the investments into the best possible plans to ensure that all businesses are really given the platform to thrive through this medical city. So under the heading of wellness and preventative care, we have the spas and the integrative medical centers. Again, Mr. Theodore would have spoken about some of these opportunities, but I challenge you to consider the opportunity in the context now of this well-planned 84-acre medical city, which will have residential areas, resort areas, wellness, spas. And so I hope you can begin to see the possibilities that the medical city really opens up for potential businesses, investors, developers to really partner with us for something quite spectacular. There are opportunities in the area of chronic disease management programs, and of course, mental health and wellness facilities. The scope of opportunities for services is really endless. And again, we look to you to bring your ideas and your expertise to help us plan the medical city. And we've heard, again, from Mr. Theodore, the case for why a wellness resort. Why a resort? What's the case for investing in Grenada? And I think it's quite simple, and he's made the case. But clearly, we've got paradise. We've got a wonderful, charming people. We've got the beaches, we've got the food, we've got beautiful nature and serenity. So we've got an environment that really positions us for health and wellness opportunities, for nurturing that type of interest from tourists. Pardon me. So let's not forget, of course, that we are a natural wellness destination. We have an exceptionally pristine environment, ecotourism and sustainability. We've got year-round tropical climate. I've spoken about the organic foods and culinary experience, as well as a wealth of traditional healing practices. And so again, Grenada is quite well positioned to offer a wellness destination. And I'll speak again about Grenada as a destination in general. Our accessibility is quite good, having our international airport and connectivity to the US, to Canada, to Europe. And let's all hope very soon better connectivity within the region, but also across to the African continent. And of course, as we're English speaking, we think we can draw that tourism from across the globe to come and visit Grenada and experience the medical wellness opportunities here. And so again, I'll have to echo Mr. Theodore to say we have an excellent investment environment for these opportunities. The government of Grenada is certainly going to give its full support to see the interest and that investors get the best packages available in our medical center. We certainly do have and will continue to grow our health and wellness tourism market. And so you can see the government has gone out of its way and is putting all resources into ensuring that we build that world-class hospital that then becomes the cornerstone for all of these business opportunities. And I'll have to also mention, as I'm sure you'll hear later today, that Grenada has an exceptional citizenship by investment program which offers a very attractive opportunity to raise capital for some of these investments. I think we've also heard from Afreximbank their interest in partnering to see these investments come to fruition. So speaking now to the areas of real estate and infrastructure development. Again, a significant space in need of partnership for development. We've spoken about the broader medical services, and so we envision building medical office buildings and customizing them to the businesses that come in this partnership with us. But we're going to need real estate developers to work with us to build the necessary infrastructure. And the necessary infrastructure will include staff and student housing, for example. So an entire residential community, retirement housing, a retirement community. The retail. So again, we are building residential and tourism communities, retirement communities. We certainly need retail, shops, and other commercial activity to be built in and planned into the medical city. And critically are the utilities. And as we know, the government of Grenada is committed to green energy. And so the medical city will look to utilize renewable energy to provide solutions for all of our energy needs, whether it's base load support, peak load shaving, backup and resilience. Certainly, there are opportunities for developers in the renewable energy space. The medical city alone will require from 5 to 20 megawatts of power. So the opportunity to build right on site within the 84 acres, whether it's solar PV plants, rooftop solar installations, or even a geothermal heat pump system, we are looking for your ideas, your expertise, and we invite you to come and speak with us about these opportunities. Moving on to the broad heads of investment opportunity, we spoke about health education, health tech, and innovation. And again, starting with our 250-bed hospital, teaching and research hospital, we will be building a medical academic hub in Grenada, where we will encourage and invite additional research and development labs to position in the medical city. We'll invite and encourage startups for digital health, for biotech and medtech. We will invite and encourage telemedicine platforms, as well as the allied health training institutes necessary to fulfill these broad and vast medical service ambitions. And through the development of all of these additional pieces that we will partner with the private sector, we will be continuing to transform healthcare for Grenadians. And so I just have to say it's really quite an exciting project, and we're very much interested and looking forward to all of the partners that come along with us to build our medical city. So that concludes my brief presentation on Project Polaris. Myself and my colleague, Mr. Damien Dolland, are here to speak more about the opportunity. We're most interested to hear from you about what you think are the opportunities, and I thank you so much for your time.
Thank you also, Andrea, and thank you to our presenters for this segment, Mr. Ronald Theodore, CEO of GIDC, and of course, project sponsor of Project Polaris, Ambassador Andrea St. Bernard. We take a quick break. I want us to refresh ourselves. We have coffee in the aisles. So we take a quick break. It is now 10:14. You get back here at 10:20. Is that okay? Awesome. Thank you, everybody. We'll see you soon. So the delegates in the aisle, I'll give you 2 more minutes to settle back in, grab your coffee, and our panelists, get ready, and we'll begin shortly. You need coffee? Ladies and gentlemen, we are back. I want to introduce the first panel discussion, moderated by Mr. Richard Duncan, OBE. Mr. Richard Duncan is the chairman of the Grenada Citizen by Investment Committee. Delegates, I'd like to ask you to take your seats. Those of you who are getting coffee, if you can make haste a little bit, we would be most grateful because we are ready to begin our first panel discussion. All right, the first panel discussion is entitled Building Legacies, Bridges Across Ocean, How Citizen by Investment Fuels National Growth and Diaspora Empowerment. I'd like to welcome your moderator, Mr. Richard Duncan, OBE, Chairman, Grenada Citizen by Investment Committee. As a distinguished voice in the CBI landscape and forum host, Mr. Duncan will moderate this session, drawing insightful connections between individual investor journeys and national development strategies across the region. The panelists are His Excellency Calvin St. Just, Chairman of the St. Kitts Citizen by Investment Unit. Welcome. Our next panelist is Mr. Jeff Hadid, Chairman of the Antigua-Barbuda Citizen by Investment Unit. Mr. Emmanuel McLeod, CEO, St. Lucia Citizen by Investment Unit. Mr. Anthony Thomas, Mr. Thomas Anthony, CEO, Investment Migration Agency, Grenada. And Ms. Siobhan Lloyd, Legal Consultant of Range Development. Welcome, Ms. Lloyd. All right, and now we welcome Ms. Siobhan Lloyd, Legal Consultant for Range Development. Over to you, Mr. Duncan.
Testing. Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson, and good morning to everybody. Welcome to the most exciting forum for the entire conference. Yesterday we shot the sheriff because every time we plant a seed, he says, kill it before it grows. And we have a seed that we have planted called CBI in this region, starting in St. Kitts. And our role is to ensure that that seed not only germinates, but blossoms and prospers. And that's our mission. So today we are going to expose you to the program, what it's all about, and why it is, as 4 jurisdictions present here, we are prepared to enlighten you and to help us to grow the program. I would like to point out that the Soul Lady represents one of the most successful developers, in my view, in the jurisdiction. Give it up for Range Development and Siobhan Lloyd. So, first and foremost, it is established that in Africa itself, not the entire continent and diaspora, but just the continent, we have 132,000 millionaires. So that's already a market and it's growing. Question for each of you, tell us why the OECS CBI space, in your view, is a competitive and worthwhile space for the diaspora to invest and engage, and why your program is the one they should choose. I would start from my immediate right.
No, I'll take this, thanks. Well, first off, thank you, Chairman Duncan, and thanks to each and every one of you who held through the entire event. I think a number of us demonstrated not only our intellectual capacity at the event, but last night, I think a number of us also demonstrated the frolic and fun aspect of the unification of this event. What I would say is, as Chairman Duncan said, St. Kitts and Nevis, we were the pioneer of this industry. We created the whole concept of citizenship by investment in 1984, a very tiny island or federation that looked across the world and determined what can we offer. And I think sometimes we assume that size is really the determinant factor, but it's the bench strength and what uniqueness that we have that really determines, where we land in this world. What I would share in terms of what we offer, especially to our, I won't say investors, but our brothers and sisters from the African diaspora, because we have such a, and you heard it from the Honorable Prime Minister, Dr. Terence Chu, yesterday, we are not just connected by our investment or our interest, but we have a DNA that's on the tone across the African and Caribbean component. And so within the aspect of citizenship by investment across each of the region, what I would say is we offer a lifetime generation component. Once you get into these programs, it is lifetime. It is passed on to generation. And so we're rebuilding the generation that we would have had, but through investment. The other area I would say specifically for St. Kitts and Nevis is really the aspect of the asset protection. In Nevis, we have a significant trust, one of the largest trusts and estate planning across the world, and has significant protection mechanism. And that in of itself assures investors that their wealth is protected and their wealth can be passed on to generation. And lastly, I would say realistically, I know we're going to it, what we have to offer for St. Kitts and Nevis is the aspect of not just being the first, but we have been through everything you can think of within this industry. We have been through the great times and we've been through the not so great times. But I've always said it's about continuity. And this really creates an opportunity where it's about people. Your investment is safe and secured in politically stable environment across all my peers. But also the fact that you're able not to just provide safety for your families, but also for the investment that you've worked so hard over the years that you can have that longevity. So I know there's more to discuss, but I would say, being the architect of this area in this industry, it is here to stay. There's been a lot of volatility, but I'm guaranteeing that this citizenship by investment industry will be here for another 40 years.
Thank you very much, Ambassador St. Juice. Now, my good friend Ambassador Hadid, chair from Antigua. Again, let's repeat the question. Why should the diaspora, why should the Mother Africa look Eastern Caribbean CBI programs, plural, as a good place to invest and to engage, and why it is maybe one reason Antigua should be the choice among the five?
Okay, good morning, everyone. Thank you. So the truth of the matter is that more and more, all of the programs are becoming harmonized. And I always like to say, throughout the Caribbean, there are many islands, but every island has a personality. So while all the programs are becoming more and more harmonized, each island has its own personality and its own unique intrinsic offering. The reality is citizenship by investment is fairly, our passports are fairly equally ranked. A lot of people get involved in citizenship for mobility. So all of those things are fairly equal across the islands. What is going to start to be the difference is the personality of each island. So, you know, we heard about Grenada this morning and, you know, its uniqueness. What I would like to say about Antigua and Barbuda is that we have several unique aspects and several unique traits about us that make us different. So I would like to say that, you know, I would say that first of all, we probably have the most developed infrastructure among the 5 CBI countries. We have probably the best sea and air connectivity. We have daily flights to Europe, to the US, multiple cities, and throughout the Caribbean. We sit at the center of the Caribbean between North and South, so we're uniquely positioned. We have probably the most developed tourism industry of all the 5 islands. And we are probably the most multicultural island of the entire Caribbean, not just the CBI countries. Antigua boasts citizens and a population that are multi-Caribbean, so from Guyana all the way to Jamaica. In fact, in cricket, we say we have 3 home teams, a Guyanese, Jamaican, and Antiguan. We have citizens from the Dominican Republic. We have a huge Syrian and Lebanese population, a huge European population, and Italian, French, Spanish, German, the whole gamut. And we are now showing, you know, we have a sizable Chinese and Filipino population. So already Antigua is a very multicultural society. And we do have, you know, that uniqueness about us. Everybody's welcome. In fact, I think our population is less than 50% genuinely Antiguan. One of the things about our program is that from the onset of the program, Antigua had a residency component, a 5-day component, and we're the only island that had that. And we suffered because of that, because it became an added cost. So someone becoming a citizen of Antigua with a family of 3 or 4 would have to buy tickets, hotel, come and stay for a minimum of 5 days in their first 5 years. But while that was in some sense a deterrent or a negative, that actually bode well for us, because on many occasions, people who would have gone through citizenship by the donation or the National Development Fund would have had to visit. And what we found is that people were coming to the island first with this mindset that, you know, I have to spend this money, I have to take this time, find the time to come and spend. But when they got on island, 1, they got to know about the island, 2, they got to feel the vibe of the island. And we have since had many of our CBI citizens decide to buy property, and even some have taken up residency and moved their families there. So, and we do have a few actually African, you know, from the African continent who have now taken and become residents of Antigua. So that is what I would have to say about Antigua.
Thank you very much, Jeff. On to St. Lucia, so CEO MacLeod, please.
All right. Good morning, Chair. Good morning, everyone. As Ambassador Hadi would have said, we operating within a harmonized environment where we'll soon have a regulator that would provide us with harmonized due diligence processes, timelines, and prices. For me, St. Lucia is the most ready territory, ready for investment, ready to visit, to invest, to build, to establish. St. Lucia has direct flights, daily direct flights to the major cities, including London, Toronto, Miami, New York, Atlanta. Also, we have Charlotte and New Jersey flights weekly. I think we have the largest economy in the OECS. I think the most readily available workforce, which is why a number of BPOs have come to St. Lucia, set up shop, operating on behalf of major companies around the world. We have a very mature tourism product that is constantly growing, whether it be in the Airbnb sector, the traditional tourism product. We have been the world's leading honeymoon destination for 10 years on a row. So St. Lucia has lots of opportunities. And whilst we don't have a compulsory residency requirement like Antigua, we have pushed the beyond the passports concept, which is, whilst we won't force you to come, we believe that there are endless opportunities why you should be in St. Lucia. And as I mentioned, we call it the vibe, to visit, to invest, to build, to establish. And so I think it's about readiness. If you want a passport for just mobility, then I guess we have a homogeneous product. But if you want to set up shop, to have a readily available market, because you have some of our territories who are building airports, building health facilities, so there is a lot of work in progress. And obviously, St. Lucia is not at the peak of every aspect of its economy. However, I believe that if you come to St. Lucia, you have a readily available market for your tourism, agro-processing, manufacturing, value-added services, good infrastructure. And St. Lucia is a special country. Whilst it's a small country geographically, it's divided into quadrants. So in the north, you have our tourism capital. In the west, you have our nature capital. In the south, you have our industrial capital. In the east, you have our fishing village, that sort of cultural St. Lucia authenticity. So whilst we're small geographically, I think we're so unique. And obviously our history, being 7 times British, 7 times French, our primary language is English, but our areas are all in French. Our older people speak our local patois. We have our Creole festival. So it's a bouillon. It's a nice mix of culture, of fun, of vibe, of growth, of development. So I believe that everybody should visit St. Lucia. And I'm also inviting our colleagues to do the same as well. All right, thank you.
Thank you very much, CEO. So we now go to Grenada. So Thomas, your take?
So quite frankly, everything that has been said so far can be said of Grenada.
Wow.
But as we look across the global landscape from an investment perspective, we see shifting alliances. We see previously reliable partners becoming unpredictable. For example, our major partner to the north has been looking more inward. And so we, as African descendants mostly, there's a must that there is this partnership between Africa and the Caribbean. And particularly for Grenada, as I said, all that was said before can be, but we have what is called an E2 treaty. And for serious investors who want to have access to the US market, you can locate a business or start a business or purchase an existing business or partner with a local business owner to produce products here and have access to the US market without paying customs duties. I think that is significant, particularly in this time of tariff wars, that serious investors from the African continent, as I said, can locate here, can partner with local individuals, can create products. We need to build out our manufacturing sector. And I think that the CBI program offers that opportunity so to do.
Okay, thank you very much. Well said. Round of applause for this first round of responses. Now, Siobhan, your company, Range, has successful projects in at least 3 of the 5 countries. What has accounted for such success in the first instance? And at the risk of being called bias, which of these 3 jurisdictions you found it easiest to do business with?
You're going to get me in trouble. Good morning, everyone. First of all, I'd like to thank you for this opportunity to be here. Mohammed sends his apologies, but he thought that you would prefer to see me up here than him because I'm a little prettier than he is. Like the chairman said and the moderator, I am indeed very honored to be representing Range Developments, the only CBI developer in the region who has successfully developed in not one or two, but 3 of the 5 jurisdictions. Thank you. I'm also proud to be a St. Lucian, a West Indian, and a woman on a team in this business and on this panel. So at Range Developments, we live by the motto that we build for the future. So we build in very unique locations that haven't been previously developed. So in Grenada, for example, the hotel belt is concentrated here in the south. But 30 minutes from here, you go to Las Ajas in St. David, which is known as the Virgin Parish. And we acquired 60 acres, and we have brought to Grenada and the Virgin Parish, the first Six Senses resort in the Caribbean. The Six Senses at Las Ajas also forms part of our master development, which includes the Intercontinental Grenada, which is a 150-room resort that's currently under construction, CBI approved as well. And next to that, we are constructing 60 luxury apartments. So we're very excited. We've been in the Caribbean for over 10 years, and it's interesting doing business in the Caribbean. That's one way of putting it. But with vision, with a leader is his team. So we have a great team. We have great relationships with all the governments where we operate, and the support has been wonderful. And we're excited about and very proud about what we've done in the Caribbean, and excited about what we can do.
Okay, thank you very much, Siobhan. And just to put a plug for you, their project in St. Kitts is the Park Hyatt Hotel, and in Dominica, who is not here, it's an Intercontinental.
Yes, it is an Intercontinental, and then we have the Six Senses here, Intercontinental Grenada under construction.
Okay, so thank you very much for that. Let's pivot a bit. It appears as though projects are primarily driven by developers. In each of your programs, do you believe we can reverse, whereby we can determine the types of projects or the projects that we want and sell it to developers specifically in the African diaspora, African mainland? Is that a paradigm shift that you think we can contemplate looking into the future? Anyone can take it?
So I'll take this one. Yes, I think it's about time that we start thinking strategically about where we would like to see the CBI investment funds flow, into what sectors of the economy. And we create these multi-agency groups where we sit together and we plan where we want to see the various sectors in 5 years, in 10 years, 15, 20 years. And we create these investment packages that we go off and shop to private sector. And we become equity partners, rather than the current model where individuals have these ideas and they come to us seeking the opportunity to raise money under the program. I think it's important that we rethink that government becomes an equity partner in these developments, and that we drive the development in that area. In the case of Grenada, we need inventory. The Intercontinental is almost sold out. Six Senses has been opened. The Silver Sands Beach House is open. And so we need to have more inventory for investors to choose. But rather than just focusing on the hotel sector, I think it's an opportunity now to diversify across the various sectors of the economy.
Thank you very much. Please.
So let me share what's happening in St. Kitts. And we developed last year, we saw the aspect of we needed to transform our citizenship by investment program to focus those investments that are most impactful to our citizens. So we developed what's called public benefit options, and these are capital projects whereby the government determines the type of initiative that are critical and that will have both economic value and social value for the country. And then we partnered with developers or investors to ensure that these specific projects are part of the CBI. We have oversight of them. We also ensure that they get completed. So for example, right now we have 5. We have our from an education perspective, we have our secondary, which is the Basia High School. As part of the tourism expansion, we have the expansion of our airport, which is another public benefit option. And then we also have an element as part of our tourism sector as well, which is our Marriott component. And our Marriott in St. Kitts and Nevis is one of our largest employer, but not just an employer, but they provide desalination water for the sector in that area. So the restaurants and everything, they also provide that. And so they're part of our public benefit option. And then we have the aspect of affordable housing. I should say, before I get to affordable housing, is our creative economy. When we look at what is the future and how do we ensure that our young people have the opportunity to demonstrate their creativity, we saw there was a need for a very, I should say, international creative arts center. And so we have that in place. And most recently, and I would say the shift, I'll even go further than not just identifying the development, but we have also now what we're calling CBI 2.0, where we want the investment almost to some degree upfront, and then we support with the CBI component. And so we recently went to a partnership with Client Referral, a large agency, where they're supporting us with affordable housing for low and middle tier individuals. And the construction has already begun. So it's going to be upwards of 100 to 150, and that's phase 1. And so we have shifted the narrative where, similarly to my colleagues, where developers come in and then they tell us, this is the project that they're going to do. We're now saying, no, these are the projects that will have the most impact to our citizens. It will have a return on your investment. But even further, we need skin in the game. You know, I came from Wall Street before I joined this. And in that environment, you truly have to ensure that any type of negotiation, that it's a win-win for everyone, but you have to put up. We have to put your cards on the table. We need to understand what you're going to do. And so now we're transforming it to where these programs are truly going to be more around how do we ensure that at the end of the funnel, the benefits are rewarded on both fronts, not just from a developer who comes in and do it, and we welcome, we appreciate, we want the developers, but it must be a mutual win-win for the citizens, that these funds are invested into the most important aspect. So this is how we're actually approaching this in St. Kitts and Nevis.
Wonderful. Any other takers?
Yeah, I would just like to, while I agree to some extent, I believe more in sort of a hybrid approach, because if I'm a successful entrepreneur coming from mainland Africa or anywhere, entrepreneurs are usually dreamers. They have their own thoughts and ideas. So you cannot stifle or, put them on a railroad track that they can only do the things that you want to do. I think you need to have a bit of both. You need to be able to let them have the freedom to create, because they are creators, and you need a bit of both. You cannot lock them in just to what it is that you want them to do. because they don't have that freedom anymore of, creativity.
I agree. I mean, always a balanced approach, and it makes sense, yeah? No problem. Thank you, MacLeod.
In St. Lucia, we realized that we're having demand for new hotel room stock outside of the CBI space. And with that in mind, we created what we call the enterprise option that's geared towards development of housing, road infrastructure, bridges, just general infrastructure. Because while CBI typically drives hotel development, most of our core hotels are really foreign direct investments that are not funded by any CBI project. And for us, it's also probably ranges different because they develop and complete. CBI developments tend to be so muddy and messy sometimes that if you have direct interest without all of the roundabouts to go about. So our interest now is really about infrastructure. So we incentivize our developers here. We want to have this new road, this housing development. We want to have 500 new houses. How can you assist us? And we provide the CBI infrastructure with promoters, marketing agents to assist you to recoup on your investments.
Okay, understood. Thank you very much for that. Round of applause for this round. That said, Trevon, the question is does Range have the appetite to do other projects in the region other than hotels?
Yes, we do, and we have a marina under construction in Dominica currently. But on the point of infrastructure improvements, for all three of our resorts, we got involved in the improvement of the access roads to the resorts. So not just roadworks, drainage, lighting, and that's an improvement for the property owners near the resorts. So we do get involved in infrastructural development and improvement.
Okay, thank you very much for that. And we are going to address the elephant in the room, and that is, what are you doing to ensure the longevity, sustainability of the CBI program? Let me put it a different way. What are you doing to ensure that Sheriff John Brown does not kill the seed before it grows?
So collectively, we have agreed on what is called the regional regulator. The draft legislation has already gone through the hands of the heads of each state. The chairs and CEOs of the various programs have had sight of that draft, and we have collectively provided our feedback. The timeline is, in terms of expectation, is to have the legislation before each parliament before the end of the year. And I believe that it is intended that the regulator be in place early in 2026. And so from a regional perspective, we're looking to set standards by which all of us will have to operate. All of us meaning the various units and investment agencies, but more importantly for all stakeholders, marketing agents, local agents, developers, and other stakeholders in the space will have to operate in terms of the guidelines that are set out by a regional regulator. I'll stop there so in case any of my colleagues want to have input.
Yeah, just to echo what Thomas has just said. I think the last 2 years have been years of change. There's been a lot going on ever since the first meeting with the U.S. in 2023, I believe it was. And we've been all engaging with, the international countries, European Union representatives, the UK and the US. And it's been, over the past 2 years, there's just been a lot of engagement, a lot of input, and all of this is culminating in this regional regulator and what's going to become new engagement for all the programs and all the players. And everybody is signed on. The 5 prime ministers are signed on. The 5 CRUs are signed on. So I think right now there's a moment of wait and see and lull, but I think from January of next year it's going to be much more well-defined, and you know, the CBI industry will look quite different from what it does today.
Thank you, Chair. Oh, you going? Oh, okay, all right. My angle is different. I concur with what my colleagues have stated, but I think over the last year and a half, there's been an appreciation from each CBI territory that the Caribbean is seen as a block. And whilst we are individual programs with our own commercial targets and revenue targets, we are seen as a block. And if any of us does anything adverse, it may not just be pinpointed at the country, but at the entire industry. So I think there's a collective responsibility that has been developed over the last 12 to 18 months. And with that, we want to ensure that no bad actors pass through the program. We adhere to the strict principles that have been set out, whether it be having the interviews, having the operational audits, having the FIA checks. So I think that sort of adherence to proper due diligence due to the overall big picture is one of the underpinning factors in what we see today with the regulator, with the Prime Minister's meeting to agree on the terms and conditions, with us meeting recently in Antigua to also meet. So I think that the general consensus for me is that we appreciate that we need each other for the viability of the program.
Just to give a different perspective, because we deal directly with the investor and we've dealt in so many of the jurisdictions. I entered the CBI space in 2007, so I've seen the evolution of a lot of the programs. We sat in rooms with heads of government to discuss changes to the programs. But as an investor, what they want to know is that once they submit that application, that the process will be as seamless as possible. And if we're talking about a joint approach, you know, we have to all sing from the same hymn sheet. It should be a process where if I apply in St. Lucia and I apply in Antigua at the same time, we will try to keep within the legislative processing period as much as possible. You understand? So we have to, and I know I harass you a lot, Thomas, about that, because a lot of my role is managing the investors' expectations. So we cannot say it's going to take 3 months and then 6 months later we still in the processing stage. So we have to give ourselves that competitive advantage as a region that investing in the Caribbean, investing in our programs, you are dealt with efficiently, and you deal with a developer like ourselves who the proof is in the pudding. It's somebody you could trust. You know, we deliver on what we say we will deliver. So I just wanted to give an investor perspective of what it's like.
Well, I'll give you some comfort just by mentioning the fact that the regulation anticipates this. And in the framework will be a timeline that all of us will have to deliver within.
So I concur exactly on both fronts, and thank you. I think we have to realize it's not just a change. The industry is going to a transformation. And with the transformation, it now becomes an area where we will have a level playing field. We're harmonizing on all front, but it's going to be, you know, to your point, we will now be able to demonstrate, I won't use the word compete, but we'll be able to demonstrate what efficiency means. We'll be able to demonstrate when we talk about, you know, reputable individual that goes to the program, because that's critical. I think at the end of the day, yes, there's an investment component, but we're transforming individuals and giving them the opportunity to have access to our international partners' borders. And there's an immigration element, there's a security element. There's an ambassadorial citizenship. And so we ensure that these applicants go through a strong enhanced due diligence process to also protect not just us in terms of our citizenship and our international partners, but just to make sure that the right investors come through a program. Because as I said earlier, citizenship is for life. And it's not just a component of here and there. And so at times we may require a little extra, but efficiency is key. We here in St. Kitts and Nevis, we've digitized our process. Historically it has been very paper, and so now we've automated it, and so we've also now provide dashboards where the agents can see along where the process. That's a level of transparency that we wanted to bring to the program. So it is transforming. It is moving from the paper base. It is moving to a digitization, AI, and even in some of our due diligence, we're using risk-based so that it can create more efficiency. So we welcome the element of our regional regulator to standardize the various areas, but also ensure that we follow the right path for the right investors.
My brother, Ambassador St. Just, you're welcome in terms of the digitization of your process. I will tell you that the entity that is providing the service is the entity that created this software for us. I believe Chad is here, Sonova. And so we too in Grenada have been using that for going the better part of 2 years. And as you may know, our process is entirely digital. And so it has allowed us to create efficiencies within the process, so much so that we're having to find things for staff to do because it's so efficient.
And just if I may, and thank you, but we've made it even better since we took it over.
We'll talk about that.
Right, but again, having said that, I want people to appreciate that our philosophy is we cooperate where we must and we compete where we have to. We cooperate where we must, we compete where we have to. So sharing the technology that had its genesis in Grenada across the region for other partners is a non-issue for us. There are other platforms or areas on which we can compete. But that said, we will allow one question from the audience before you wrap up, if there is any. If not, I will put her up. Sorry. I saw the lady hand first, so I'll take her first. Yes, ma'am. Statement in terms of how many roughly projected in the African continent, Nigeria, South Africa, commitment to do more.
Testing, thank you. Hello, my name is Danica Roberts. I'm Grenadian American. I was born in the US, but my entire family is from Grenada. Oh, okay. We were just talking about digitization, and I think it's wonderful that we're taking steps to kind of move away from paper processes and coming in 21st century, right? Challenge that a little bit. So I recently just got my Grenadian citizenship. Our process was based on paper. It took a bit. I live in Portland, Oregon. There are no embassies or anything like that for Grenada or any other Caribbean country in Portland, Oregon. I ended up having to, thankfully I went on a trip to New York, and I had to turn in my paperwork in New York in order to get my Grenadian citizenship and or to get everything back to me in Portland, Oregon, right? And so I guess my question is, I hear that we're talking about investment opportunities for foreigners, to come and invest in Grenada. But I'm also curious about the process for Grenadian who are Canadian by descent who also want to invest in the island, right? Like, you also want to come back, and I'm curious about what, if there's any provisions or processes specific to Canadians by descent or Caribbean people by descent who are trying to invest in their own home country.
So I apologize for the experience that you had in trying to register your citizenship. But the Investment Migration Agency does not treat with citizenship by descent.
Okay.
That's a national security, home affairs ministry matter. But we treat with individuals who are non-national, who invest in the country in 3 different pathways, and on that basis apply for citizenship. The conversation I think you want to have as a descendant of Grenadians may be better had with Mr. Theodore's agency, the Investment Development Corporation.
Okay, thank you. Folks, we have to wrap up, but there's only fear. Both hands went up at the same time, and I cannot measure who was faster. So, yeah.
Yeah, it's about an hour. It's about an hour.
Sitting down here and listening, my name is Colin Westmoreland. I'm a CARICOM citizen and American citizen. And I'm tremendously proud of the OECS. But when I sit down here and I listen this morning, I saw a very competitive nature in each country. And it sort of jarred me the wrong way. I think what is most important that we should do is to plan to develop the OECS, and including CARICOM, in unity. And each one of you, each country, look at your comparative advantage and try to develop that product and market the entire OECS as one unified group so that we can all enjoy all of the benefits, and we can enjoy the benefits that the AU, the African Union, is putting out to the Caribbean and the diaspora. But to be competitive, we've got a better product, we got this, It's jarring me a bit wrong. And if we can really sit down and come together and look at different sectors and plan its development, it will be most beneficial to all of us.
I think that's a very good point, and it's something that is like above our pay grade, but we'll bring it up.
Can I just take a little jab? So we're here specifically representing citizenship by investment, and there are 5 jurisdictions that provide citizenship by investment. But being an OECS citizen and a citizen of CARICOM, I have to say that, the OECS has free movement of people. We have a single currency union. I think we've done a lot as the OECS to actually unite ourselves. But it's like everybody, you go on any street, there are shops, there are competitors, but they're friends and neighbors. So it's normal to have that. But we move, and we have come together to have a set of harmonized rules and rules of engagement for the program. So I think, steps are being made. The OECS within CARICOM, I think, is a little bit of a unique grouping, but little by little, we'll get there, I think,
Okay, so we have 5 minutes or more overtime, I'm told. So I want to put a wrap on it now, and to do so, I would like each one of you to give us an idea as to your Africa footprint in terms of your program, and to hear from you a commitment to do more to engage Africa and its diaspora in respect of investment opportunities in your program.
I'll kick it off, and I'll go through a couple of things. So there has been definitely historical ties, and a few things that we have done from a modern trade. In March of 2025, we signed an MOU with the Warri Kingdom of Nigeria, really focusing on trade, investment, and innovation. I think it's earlier this year, we also participated in the Afri-Caribbean investment in Abuja. So as a representation of the Caribbean, the Honorable Prime Minister, Dr. Terence Ju, and the delegation was actually there and made a historic presence in terms of our commitment to the African diaspora. And furthermore, what I would say, beyond just the trade, we have so much from a commonality aspect. We talk about the goat water, that's almost similar to the pepper soup. We have on the West African side. We have the Palau, which is on the East African side. But from an investor perspective, we are committed to ensuring that a level of presence will be there to ensure that we can demonstrate what are the economic activities, what are the social activities for our African investors. But even further, from a diaspora perspective, we are looking to ensure that there is a reinvestment. Not only do we wish for a one-directional aspect, but there are other areas that we want to demonstrate and present in terms of where that partnership can be from an economic perspective, and demonstrate that, you know, when we talk about building a bridge, we're not just building a bridge to walk over. We're bringing everything, both the cultural, but even more so the investment and what we have to offer from our side in terms of making sure that there's accessibility, making sure that there's safety and insurance, making sure that there's wealth preservation. And so it's a two-way stream that we're looking to have this partnership with our African diaspora.
Thank you very much. Jeff?
Yeah, I don't have specific numbers, but I know that a huge part of our CBI application base are African. North Africa, Morocco, we're very heavily, subscribed by Moroccans, Nigeria. So from that standpoint, we are continually engaging with investors from Africa. As you would know, LIAT 20, which was, something that our Prime Minister pioneered and worked hard to get going. The key investor is a Nigerian, Airpeace. So we do have already a strong engagement with the African continent and with Nigeria especially. I think if I were to say, I know a lot of these programs are, using, a lot of the client base is African. I think what I would say is that to the people who would have already become citizens, and knowing that the African Union considers us their sixth region, this is an excellent opportunity for them, not just to have our citizenship for mobility, but for also business and investment, because every one of these islands, the entire Caribbean, not just the OECS, there is so much still to be done to develop us and to develop our countries into, beyond where we are, to provide all the services. There's so many services that are still required. So there are a lot of opportunities, not just for big investment, but even for small businesses. Having become a citizen, and there are a lot of, if you're going to invest in one of these islands and you're over in Africa resident, there are opportunities to partner with locals to help also build, the local investment base as well, with the funding that some of these people would have available to themselves. So I think it's really now taking the step. I know when I sat in the room for the last 2 days, there was a lot of very high-level talk, and my question was, how does that filter down to the man on the ground? And these are opportunities where people who are becoming citizens, I think each of these islands have a pathway through business, partner with locals, find the right, the right partner or the right associate to develop even small businesses,
Thank you. Well said, Jeff.
Nigeria is featured in St. Lucia's top 5 territories for applications received for the last 5 years. And we've seen a continued growth in the uptake in the Nigerian applications. We also boast of a huge Nigerian diaspora, and it was crystallized when the president of Nigeria visited St. Lucia last month, and there were various diaspora events. And as we knew, we had many Nigerians working in the healthcare sector and even the services sector, like hotels and stuff. The numbers we saw at the diaspora events was amazing. So I think we have at least somewhere in the region of 300 to 400 Nigerians in St. Lucia. Now, while that may be a minuscule relative to Nigeria's population of 200 million, but in the size of St. Lucia, for them to venture from all the way West Africa to St. Lucia means they were drawn in for the Nigerian president visit, that holders of diplomatic passports will have visa-free access to Nigeria, and they also have scholarship opportunities, and there were signed MOUs towards having some integrated business agreements with the Nigerian business community and St. Lucia. We also have an embassy of the Kingdom of Morocco in St. Lucia, and we've also visited Morocco on various promotional tours with the hope of building a footprint in that region. Obviously, Ghana is close to Nigeria, and any spill-offs, we are ready and available to exploit it. I know that others have tapped into South Africa and Kenya. St. Lucia has not been as aggressive in these regions, but generally we want to establish a good link with our African territories.
Thomas?
Yes, so similarly, Nigerians represent the #1 demographic this year in terms of application submission to the Grenada program, surpassing China. And in 2024, we also saw the China and Nigeria exchanging the #1 and #2 positions throughout the year. And so from that significant base that we've developed in Nigeria, we are building out to other African countries. So I was recently in Kenya. That's one of the new markets in Africa we're looking to have applications come from. Later this year, we're doing a West African tour. And the second new market that we're looking at coming out of Africa is Ghana. So this year, we'll be doing all of those tours in an effort to increase the number of applications coming out of the African continent. But I'll quickly say, I was hoping that we would have had some time to talk about the energy model a little bit. Because I think it's really time that we rethink that model, where a single entity is the regulator, the operator, and the distributor, and the generator of energy. And we look to use the CBI funds to encourage private sector to perhaps get involved in the generation component, and that government maintains the ownership of the infrastructure. I think that way we can reduce the cost of energy. But that's a conversation that we can have when we have more time.
There's unity of thought as far as you and I are concerned on that idea. So Siobhan, final word from you?
I too have statistics. So Nigerians and West Africans make about 40% of our investors. And how we connect with the African continent, we sponsor roadshows. So last October, I would have gone to Nigeria and Ghana and connected with high net worth individuals and told them the opportunities of investing, particularly in Grenada, but there were other programs that were being represented. And you'd be surprised, the connection between Africa and the Caribbean is very strong. Whilst in Ghana, I found out that there are 10 Ghanaian students studying at SGU. We, like Claude said, we have a number of Nigerians who are resident in St. Lucia and the other islands. Investors in our properties get a 7-night complimentary stay at any of our resorts. So we have clients from Nigeria and Africa who visit one resort they may not have necessarily invested in. So you see the influx of visitors to the different islands. Then high net worth individuals that we attract from the continent, they have very high standards, and they could connect us with funding opportunities, connect us with other high net worth individuals. So a lot of our business is based on referrals. So if an investor has a good experience, they would refer you to somebody else. So we focus on keeping communication open with that part of the world, and we encourage you as providers of the programs, and kudos to you, Thomas, and your team for your efforts in enhancing that connection, especially with Africa. It makes a difference. They feel welcome. They feel investors who get a second citizenship, they feel like it's their country, it's their home. So if we could make them feel more at home, make it easier to do business in this part of the world. We have investors who's like I said, their kids come and study here, but they think about, how could I live here? How could I move my business here? How much of a market is available to me? So kudos to GIDC as well for the incentives you're implementing that would attract these investors. So we're on the right track, and I don't know, I think we should really say thank you again to the organizers of this event, because it has proven that we have the capacity to host a world-class event. It was a great networking opportunity, and I hope that everybody, when you leave here, you'll tell a friend who'll tell a friend of the significance of this event, because a lot can happen following this.
Thank you very much. Round of applause, please, for the entire panel, and thank you very much, guys. Job well done.
And thank you to our amazing moderator. Thank you, Richard Duncan, OBE. Thank you. Let's thank our moderator. What a powerful exchange of ideas and vision about CBI, investment, and so forth. I want to do a quick check-in. I want to ask all the entrepreneurs in the room to stand up. Entrepreneurs, stand. All right. Wonderful, wonderful. All right, can I have a brave soul just shout out why you're here today, why you think you're here today? One brave soul. I do not have a mic for you, so just shout it out. Malika, you have a big voice. All right, I think you have beautiful things to say, so I'll borrow this mic. Oh, it's on. I may have taken it off, I'm sorry. Sorry I touched it. Blame me.
So why am I here today? I think, like the young lady said, first of all, we haven't had any Q&As in this whole forum, so it is good to start hearing from those of us here. But as was said, I'm really interested in diaspora investment. I'm working on an expansion of a wellness hub for entrepreneurs and creatives, and I would love to see more investment from our powerful local Grenadian investors as well as in the diaspora. So yes, there was a lot of emphasis on CBI, but the conversations I'm having around are with people who are interested in investing, who already are citizens of Grenada and CARICOM.
Wonderful. Malika, I'm going to put you on the spot again. A few years ago, you started an amazing business for not just young people like me, and I'm young, yes, but for our visitors. Tell us in 2 sentences about, okay, 1 paragraph about your business.
My business is called Spice Harmony Yoga. It's the only yoga studio that exists in Grenada outside of a hotel. It's been existing for 15 years, and we serve everyone from pregnant families who are preparing for birth to my oldest weekly student is Cousin Esme, who is 94 years old and attends my weekly chair yoga class. So yeah, and it's an expansion of the work my parents have been doing in Calavini with the medical practice, etc. So we need hubs so that we can get together, not just with events. The space I'm creating is called Wild Seed Sanctuary, and it's so that we don't have to have one-off events to see all these incredible people together, that there's a place that you can go that exists for us to activate and also to take care of ourselves. So thank you.
You can tell I'm in the PR communication space. And that was your free advertisement, huh? You're welcome. Anybody else? There's somebody over here who stood up. I'd like you to say something. All right, so we'll take this lady at the back and then we move back to the front.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sharon Simmons, and I am Grenadian, also American. I live here in Grenada. I actually retired here in Grenada after COVID. I started a startup company here. It's called Signal Technologies, and I invented the first smart steering wheel. So it's similar to a Fitbit. So let's say you're driving down the road and you feel sleepy. Well, this smart steering wheel will take your vitals. It will give you notification. It'll vibrate on your hands. It is a safety mechanism to help you when you're not feeling well, your blood pressure is going up. It's going to show your vital signs. It has an app that goes with it. As we scale, it will have it on the dashboard. But this is something that I find when you're driving down the road, you're by yourself. So you have to pull over. Well, who is going to help you? Well, with this smart steering wheel, like your Fitbit, it will notify your emergency contact or whoever you load it up for. Your doctor, if you need to call, if it can call 911. Your family will know where you're located because it has a GPS or geofencing is involved in it. That is just one of the products. My company was endorsed by GIDC, and we are looking for investors. We can complete our MVP in 90 days, but we need funding. We need seed money.
Wonderful. So you're in the right space. So those of you who are hearing this pitch, I'm hearing it, so I'd like the first one. I can try it out for you. I'm great at trying things out. I'm always driving, so I think that would be great for me. So we'll talk after. One of the investors will pay for it, all right? And now we have somebody, final person up front. So if you could just pass the mic along. Sorry, organizers, for going off script a little bit, but I think it's a good interactive moment for all of us while we prepare for our final panel of the day. Go ahead.
Well, investments, Kenneth Ned, I'm based in Miami, but Grenadian. I have different background from healthcare to...
All right, so just speak in the mic so we can...
Yeah, from healthcare to business development and so forth. But one of my interests, as a matter of fact, I'm involved in 7 different non-profit organizations here in Grenada that I'm involved in supporting. And I think that's part of investment. That is key, and that's one of the areas I believe that those of us in the diaspora who have a tremendous amount of experience, knowledge, network, where we need to encourage that. And part of ensuring that investments succeed and sustain is that we have to build value. Mm-hmm. That is critical. And that value is built by those who had success, who have been successful, that they are able to touch others and to motivate them, to inspire them, and to be the mentors and to the motivators. So I would encourage that. That's something, and I mean, I would be happy in whatever way. I'm involved in 4 different educational programs here, supporting here in Grenada. I'm involved in, one of it is a spiritual aspect, and in healthcare. So, I think that that's something that's important, and that's something that could be transmitted throughout the Caribbean. We have so many of our diasporas living outside of the Caribbean. In Grenada here, for every Grenadian living here, we have over 5 Grenadians living abroad. So it's an incredible resource, and we have to find ways how to do that and give them the opportunity. In some cases, they are willing to come in and help educate, to mentor, to support in different ways. And I think this will be an excellent thing to add to what investment is about.
Okay. Thank you so much for your contributions, everybody. Give yourselves a round of applause. Great conversations this morning, but now we shift our focus to our next panel, which explores trade and investment opportunities between Africa and the Caribbean, highlighting sectors, strategies, and synergies that can drive mutual growth. The moderator for this session is our very own Mr. Ronald Theodore, CEO of the Grenada Investment Development Corporation. With over 20 years of experience in business development and investment promotion, Mr. Theodore will guide this conversation, encouraging dynamic interaction among the panelists and aligning the dialogue with real-world investment pathways. So you're in for a treat this time. So I'd like to invite our moderator, Mr. Theodore, to come at this time, and he will introduce the panel.
Thank you, Ms. MC. I would like to declare that I think this panel that is going to come is one of the most dynamic panels over the last 3 days. So while I heard Chairman Duncan, I want to go against his word, and I think my panel is a better panel for the last 3 days. But that being said, I would like to call on my panelists. I have 4 panelists with me. 2 of them are going to be joining virtually, and 2 are going to be joining in person. So I'd like to invite to the podium my first panelist, Ms. Pettifer Lewis, who is the Executive Director of the Caribbean Chamber of Industry and Commerce. Ms. Pettifer Lewis. I would also like to invite on the stage Mr. Rafiq Khan, President of the Guyana and Manufacturing and Services Association, and my 2 virtual presenters, Mr. Benedict Itibe, Regional Coordinator, South-South Regional Nigeria Export Promotion Council, and Ms. Constance Noke Gobi, who is the President of the Bonny Chamber of Commerce. So they're online, and we will kick this panel off. What we will do is we allow each panelist to do a presentation. So I now like to call on Ms. Pettifer Lewis to do the presentation on the topic doing business in Grenada. Ms. Pettifer, the podium is yours.
Good morning, everyone. So I think that the presentations that went before me have covered quite a lot. So what I'm going to do is maybe highlight, fill in some gaps, and just share some information that drill down a little bit further. The Grenada Chamber of Industry and Commerce is a very old organization. It's over 100 years old. And we comprise members, so it's a membership organization. We have a board of directors, and the companies that make up the chamber range from all the sectors. We also have associations that are members of the chamber. We also have MSMEs. MSME is actually the area that we are focusing on most right now. And we're very happy to have quite a number of them here now displaying their products. As a member of the chamber, you have access to an organization that is very powerful and respected with a very strong voice. Strong collective. Oh, I have to manage this. Not moving. Okay. If that fails, we do this, right? No. Can I get a little help here, please? Okay. All right. It needed more pressure. Right, there we go. So you're basically being represented by a very powerful and respected voice, strong collaborative advocacy and lobbying. We facilitate trade missions and expos as well. In terms of networking, we're the best at it. We have connections with various stakeholders, government institutions, and we work closely with all the ministries and with GIDC. Of course, we have unmatched access to the various stakeholders. And as a member of the chamber, you could serve as a director on the chamber, as well as our subcommittees, and also on government's statutory boards and committees. This is one of the ways that government facilitates the involvement of the private sector. So many times we talk about government being the vehicle for creating the enabling environment, and for the private sector as creating the wealth. However, one cannot exist without the other, and so we find creative ways of working together. And one of these ways is bringing the expertise of the private sector in business, in the government's statutory boards and committees, so that they benefit from that experience, as well as us understanding the bureaucracy also of the government and how we go about navigating through the systems. Recently, we have introduced new rates for MSME, and actually is, I don't know how much bears you could get with that, but it's $100 a year. $100 for entire year. How many beers you could buy with that on the weekend? So there's no excuse for MSMEs not joining the chamber. Okay? Now I mentioned GIDC, and Mr. Theodore gave you a lot about what's happening with GIDC. We work closely with GIDC, as I said before, and the various government ministries and statutory boards and committees. GIDC, unlike the chamber, is very young. It's 40. We're over 100. We don't look it, right? But we are. And they promote, as he said, their responsibility is to promote and facilitate foreign and local investments. And they also provide a specialized range of investment services, both for the investors, external investors, and our local businesses. So in terms of policy and advocacy, they lead that for the investor, as well as provide support for local MSME sector. So they do a great job in providing support for our MSMEs, and I encourage anyone wanting to develop further to check with the GIDC, because they also do training as well as we do training as well. GIDC is a one-stop investor hub, okay? And to make it easy, now let me just say, I think most of you have observed how small we are and how connected we are, right? Apart from our warmth and quiet charm, we have a connection with everybody and everything. And people say, oh, we have pumpkin vine family because we are so connected. So it makes it a lot easier to do business in Grenada by just connecting with one or two persons. So you connect with the GIDC and they will do the work for you. Also, I think I see in our audience we have lawyers who also can facilitate this process for you, okay? So GIDC also provide hand-holding support for MSMEs and ease the whole question of registering your business. So that they take you from the beginning to the end. So it reduces your headache and running around, okay? Also, GIDC have facilities, so it sounds like I'm promoting GIDC, right? But we are partners, so you speak good about your partner, right? Good. They have several locations, parks, where they provide office space and other accommodation for people looking to invest, manufacture, whatever. You speak to GIDC, the one-stop hub for doing business in Grenada in terms of investment, etc., okay? Now I'm going to speak to you a little bit about our border agencies. As I mentioned before, we all connect and work together. So I'll speak a little about our border agencies, the Grenada Ports Authority, the Bureau of Standards, Customs, Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Health. I'll just speak briefly about those. We work together. We have what we call a Trade Facilitation Task Force, and we welcome feedback. Now, many times people have little issues, and they keep it to themselves, or they just grumble among themselves. We welcome, we crave feedback, because the importance of having feedback is so that we could improve and do things better and make things easier for you. So please don't hesitate to share with us any concerns, any issues, any recommendations you have for improving. And not just being connected, we have big ears. People listen. We have two people listen to what you have to say, and we take it into consideration and make the necessary changes. So please. Right, so let me just move on a little bit more. So the Grenada Ports Authority, and I think when you scan that little card that Mr. Theodore showed you earlier, you will see that the Grenada Ports Authority is one such opportunity for investment, right, along with the airport. Now, our port is very important, and as we have been growing in our economic transactions, etc., we are realizing that we need bigger and more modern facilities. We need to be a little more efficient if we are going to move forward. So the port, as it stands, regulates all seaports in the state of Grenada. And it operates all public terminals, cargo, and cruise. There are 3 commercial ports and several marinas, with 5 of them having port entry status. Now, as I mentioned, marinas, I'll come to marina as one of the important, yachting is one of the very important industry for us and has a lot of potential for growth. I don't know if some of you notice around Grenada, all these little inlets, it's populated with yachts, and simply to coming around this season, with the hurricane season, we are a safe haven. So we are a safe haven generally, but we also a safe haven for yachts, okay? So of course, these are some of the facilities that the port provides, which I wouldn't spend much time on, and move on to the yachting industry. We have duty-free status for vessels. Now, on the tourism site, you can get a lot more information in terms of the yachting and how easy it is for you to come into Grenada, complete your form online, have unlimited stays, and also streamlining the clearance for you to arrival. So we have been moving a lot away from the paper to digital and having websites where people could access the information and make the process of coming here a lot smoother. Currently, the port uses an ICT system, but it's a proprietary system for them. So they're not necessarily connected to the Executor world that Custom uses, but they have been looking at technology where the 2 systems could be linked, and so I think that will be part of the upgrade in terms of the new facilities that we're looking to build. There are some ministries that are connected, some agencies that are connected to the ACTIF, which makes it easier in terms of completing your forms, getting permits, etc. Now, the Grenada Bureau of Standards is very important for us, as well as for MSMEs, because what we do is they provide standards. We know that we cannot exist in this world and survive if we don't have standards. Standards are not known, and we maintain the standards and continue to improve. They also work on establishing technical regulations and provision of conformity assessment services, basically to enforce the technical regulation and standard compliance. And we have a number of ministries, other statutory bodies, the private sector, on the board of directors, or council as we call it, of the Bureau of Standards. And so they are able to get information from various stakeholders to ensure that they deliver the quality of service that we require. The Custom and Excise Division. Now, all the goods imported, as you would expect, must be declared in customs. There's a bit of an exception in terms of some goods that will come in when you fly in as a passenger, and of course some things that come through the parcel post. And as I said before, the declarations, you use the ACTIF system that makes it a lot easier. But again, just like you had the lawyers and GIDC for your company registration, etc., you also have brokers who know the system and have the contacts to do the processing for you, okay? And we have the website where you can always go and check the information there. Now we have the Ministry of Agriculture, Lands, Fisheries and Cooperatives, the Pest Management Control. They are very important on the border in terms of ensuring that pests don't come into the country and affect us negatively. So they deal with plant protection, the plant quarantine, and pest diagnostic, right? They also look at the phytosanitary certificates and permits that is required for coming in here. And they do treatment and they certify nursery or pest-free area certificate. So the pest management unit is responsible for protecting our borders in that way, so make sure that we don't have pests and insects coming into the country. And of course, goods coming in, you have to be at a particular standard, and again, to protect all of us, the Ministry of Health, the Environmental Department, they have responsibility for control of food imports. So they will inspect all the foods imported. If it is good, they let it in. If it is not, they condemn it, and they will also dispose of it. I'm conscious of the time, so I'm moving a little quickly. So when you're going to bring in foods, again, it's on the ACTIF system, making it easier. So you get your permits, the certificates, etc. The inspection of goods, they would pass it to the officer from the ministry, who will also look at those goods and decide whether or not they should remain or whether they should issue a certificate saying that it's not of the quality that needs to be here. Now, the Inland Revenue Division is one that I'm really proud of, because I like staying behind my desk on a phone or computer and doing what it is I need to do. So in terms of paying your taxes, we have moved away from having to go in physically, even to pay for your license, etc. Inland Revenue has improved, and you're able to pay your taxes online. And even though I've been speaking a lot about GIDC, I would like us to give the Inland Revenue a round of applause. And it's simple, user-friendly, being able to do it. And not just that, access again. You have any challenge, a phone call, and you'll get your issues resolved. So it makes it a lot easier to operate and do business in Grenada. NIS, that's what people refer to as Social Security. We have the Corporate Affairs and Intellectual Property Office that you go through to get your company, your organization, whether it's a non-profit or whatever, registered. So they do a search for you, then they register, you complete a form with whatever requirements, which is not a lot, and they will tell you exactly what it is you need to do so you don't have to wander. And they process it in a very short time. And once your business is registered, then you go to the Inland Revenue and register for a tax number. That could be done online, right? And good news is that businesses whose income is 300,000 less, they are not required to register for value-added tax. If you anticipate making more money than the 300,000 EC, which is just a little over 100,000 US, then you will get a VAT number that you could collect VAT on behalf of the government. The VAT is not for you, it's for you to collect on behalf of the government. So you get that VAT number. Then, as a business, whether big or small, you register with NIS. NIS also has now where you as an individual or an entrepreneur could register yourself, pay your NIS dues, and you will be in the system. So you're not just as an employer, you also paying for yourself as an employee, so that whenever you leave the working environment, qualify, you could get your NIS. So it's not just for businesses and paying for your employees, but also for you as an entrepreneur. Yeah? And that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Lewis, for a very insightful presentation. I would now like to call on my colleague from Nigeria, from the Nigeria Export Promotion Council, Mr. Benedict Itegbe, to do a presentation on comparative advantages to promote trade and investment opportunities. Benedict, the floor is yours.
Hello? Hello?
We can hear you. We can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. I would like to sincerely appreciate for participation. We are also hello. And the diaspora capitalism opportunities that we see, and of course, a strategic partnership with the ITC, which has been very resourceful in helping us to do value chain mapping for opportunities between Africa and the Caribbean, which the SMEs can partner to explore. Bridging the gap, we need to look at the statistics. Where is the opportunity and what are the pain points? We realize that because of the deep-rooted cultural affinity. Hello?
Benedict, can you adjust your slides to keep them current with what you're presenting?
Okay. Sorry, let me see what's is it okay. Sorry. Okay, can you see the slide?
Yes, I'm seeing your slide.
Yeah, it's correct now.
Are you okay? This is correct now.
Yes.
Wow. Sorry. Sorry about that. Like I said, in Nigeria and West Africa broadly, we see a lot of opportunity, and like has been rightly accredited by your other investment promotion agencies, Africa and Nigeria in particular is going to be a great big participator in the economy in the Caribbean state as investors and also as trading partners. Of course, we are one of the largest economies in Africa, and traditionally we have been the largest and have some of the most developed sectors, from mining to the finance, our economic blocks. And that, of course, points to tremendous opportunity, because there should be a certain relationship or ratio between trade and GDP of pairing economic blocks. So this opportunity, Nigeria sees what Afrexim sees, and we want to exploit. Of course, most of our trade has been on commodity, mostly crude oil from and LNG from Nigeria to Jamaica, crude oil from Ghana, offshore Gambia, and then a lot of the trade from the Caribbean coming to Africa has been, fertilizer, anhydrous ammonia, and these are like half of the trade. And Afrexim and ITC see a lot of scope for small businesses to participate if value addition is encouraged. And they are doing a lot of work to see how to reduce the tariff barriers, to have a deeper level on the CARICOM Caribbean states and Africa. And this is a work in progress. And the evidence of that is what Afrexim has done by setting up the Africa Trade Center in Bridgetown in Barbados. And I believe my good brother Okay is doing a good job there. We are also excited about what ITC is doing in value chain mapping for those key strategic products where these SMEs can operate. I'm talking at the continental level, like in the rubber sector, the wood, paper, the processed foods, fruit juice, and the likes. But back to my presentation, I've spoken about the the limitations we have. Value addition is being limited by tariffs. So we believe that some of this will be addressed in the near future, but we need to begin to strengthen our economic ties and prepare the SMEs to leverage on these opportunities. Growth potential sectors. Yes, of course, the natural, commodity sectors we expect will continue to grow. We also expect that a lot of import substitution should take place. And as brothers and sisters, why should Nigerians import, juice or processed foods from other continents when we can get them from the Caribbean? And the same vice versa. I know the Caribbean imports a lot of vehicles, computer equipment, and there are indigenous African producers of these vehicles and computers. Also look at the service sector. This is an area that the ITC is particularly keen on. We have seen the outsized contribution of the tourism sector to the Caribbean. And this is an area where Africa is still lagging behind, especially littoral states where you have beautiful coastlines and have not been able to develop the blue economy. We believe there's a lot we can learn from the Caribbean states who have a very advanced level of maturity in the hospitality and tourism sector. We are also seeing, of course, the cultural affinity opportunities for the entertainment industry. We both have very young population, and we are seeing the recent advancement, growth of the Afrobeat industry, the Nollywood industry, and of course, the Caribbean culture from reggae to and the films and the food and all of that. We believe there is an untapped opportunity to strengthen the coupling of these cultural products as an investment opportunity, especially in the Caribbean, where you have a lot of contact with tourists, high net worth tourists from around the world that come yachting and cruising. And of course, you can now push a lot of your brands to be larger international brands. I've already mentioned the barriers, but I want to speak to the emphasis we want to lay on joint ventures. Okay, so we realize that while we are waiting for the barriers, the tariff barriers to be lifted, so that we can have more value-added products exchange between these two sectors, which will boost transportation and travel, which is the low-hanging fruit the ITC has explored. We are also seeing that the industries in the Caribbean states, which have the largest markets in the world, the value-added products need a feedstock to grow, to scale. And a lot of that feedstock can come from Africa. And since these feedstock are commodities, there shouldn't be any barrier from tariffs. So when we are talking about the cocoa industry, which has seen a massive growth in the price per ton, in the futures market, about 4 or 5 years ago, it was $2,000 for African cocoa. And of course, Africa provides about 70% of the world's cocoa, between Nigeria, Cote d'Ivoire, Ghana, and Cameroon. And we are seeing a massive demand for cocoa products around the world. And you have competency, you have strength in processing cocoa, and you have access to some of the largest markets for cocoa. So we see a lot of opportunity for coupling, for joint ventures between your processors, your craft chocolates, and our cocoa, focusing on adding more value to our cocoa through our transatlantic trade partnership. We are also seeing your move towards renewable energy. And renewable energy is not just in terms of electricity, but even your hydrocarbon used for your vehicles. We know hydrocarbons are usually blended with ethanol. And ethanol can be produced from cassava. Denatured ethanol, of course, will not be exposed to high tariffs, because if it's not denatured, it can be used for edible spirits. So if it's denatured, that tariff barrier will not be there. I would like to see Nigeria as the largest producer of cassava. We could see some onshore investments in production of the ethanol, denature it, and then bring it to the Caribbean, where it can be blended with hydrocarbons to reduce the carbon footprint and protect the cleanness of the air and the tranquility and ambience of the environment. So that's cocoa and and cassava for ethanol and high. We are also looking at cassava for high quality cassava flour, which is the base for a lot of your processed food production. So this is a low-hanging fruit as well in the agro sector. Then I've already spoken about tourism, the opportunity in developing our littoral states, our coastline, where we have about 80 kilometers of coastline. For agriculture, we have about 80 million kilometers square of arable land, and about half of that is still available, still virgin for developing agricultural sector feedstock to support, native brands in the Caribbean, in Grenada, to access the U.S. market. More so, you have a special E2 treaty arrangement, which makes JV very attractive with Grenada, so that they can break into the largest economy in the world. And some of the other opportunities we see, of course, the mineral resources is also another opportunity. Bitumen is a major import also of the Caribbean estates, and we have a very massive deposit of bitumen in the southwest of Nigeria that is practically untouched in Ondo. But that is about to change because there's a massive seaport investment, a local seaport that will be coming online by the richest man in Africa, Dangote Industries. He has expressed interest to develop it. And when that seaport opens, we are going to see the offtake of bitumen available for industrial and for investment and export. Your free trade zones, of course, will have a role to play to support SME joint ventures so that they can be protected from some of the early stage fiscal barriers to developing startups. So that it will be interesting to see how we can plug into that, so that once that seaport comes online, we should see the Caribbean buying more bitumen from Africa, to complement the two-way investment across the transatlantic corridor. And then I would like to also bring to the fore my emphasis on the services sector for small businesses and in terms of business process outsourcing and technology. I don't think I need to say much about that. We have a young population. There is a paradigm shift by this fourth generation technology. Small businesses are now there's democratized access to technology for digital marketing, for developing digitizing systems of very small businesses, making them visible globally, and being able to fulfill online commercial orders and generate leads. This is a competency that every small business needs to have, because now that AI has made automation possible and a lot of these repetitive processes can be automated, small businesses need to learn and adopt some of these free productivity tools in order to be competitive globally. So I'm very happy with what we are. The Grenada Chamber of Commerce is doing a lot in training, capacity building, incentivization. I see a lot of opportunity for these JVs to be strengthened. We need to have more deal rooms. We need to have more co-training, co-capacity building frameworks based on bilateral trade, focused on specific value chains that have been mapped and are low-hanging fruit and opportunities for our SMEs to cooperate. And the NEPC will be happy. We're already developing some modules in that regard, business development modules, and we will be happy to work closely with the Chamber of Commerce to have an international cohort to promote trade across this transatlantic corridor by the SMEs. One of the things we are focusing on for our training, we're starting with the women and the youths. There's more diaspora, it appears to be more diaspora capitalism for women empowerment. There appears to be more development finance for women empowerment that will provide blended funding to compress, unit cost of production. And, because inclusiveness it seems as a big problem in Africa, the way, the laws around inheritance, ownership of property, and all of that. And that is changing dramatically. Women are bringing their talents and their prowess to the table, and we're excited about what that means about the future of SME development. So we have programs that are specifically for empowering women, and we have a lot of institutional support locally and on the continent. And this is a low-hanging fruit that we hope the Chamber of Commerce would like to explore with us, so that our pipeline can be connected to finance to facilitate and promote transatlantic trade across this corridor. So in a nutshell, all of this is one of the greatest drivers I am seeing, and more validation has come from the conversations we've had this evening about diaspora capitalism. I'm also seeing even more opportunity through your CBI programs for more people to come on board, to have a stake, have a skin in investment and development of the Caribbean. Some of them are on board but are still in diaspora. And we think Grenada is special because of your E2 treaty, and it's a magnet for responsible businesses that because of the current turmoil, geopolitics around trade and tariff fiscal, we think this is a corridor that will bring more competitiveness for investors in the Caribbean, and we would like that to be part of the conversation around joint ventures and SME participation in across this corridor. So I'll just leave that at that, as I'm being conscious of time, and I thank you again for this opportunity, and I'm happy to answer your questions.
Okay, thank you so much, Benedict. Really appreciate your presentation. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, I know we are pressed with time, but I want to invite another panelist, that's Constance from the Bonnie Chamber, to do a presentation on exploring trade and tourism impacts and opportunities between Africa and the Caribbean. So Constance, I'm going to put you under some pressure to limit your presentation to a few slides. So the floor is yours.
All right. Hi, good afternoon once again, and thank you for having me, Ronald. Luckily, my presentation already has very few slides. All right, Excellencies, distinguished leaders, esteemed colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I stand here today as a proud daughter of Igbo land in Nigeria, whose ancestors were taken across the Atlantic, but I do not come to speak of pain. I come to speak of purpose. I speak from a place of opportunity, of healing and prosperity through reconnection. Today, I focus on tourism and hospitality as powerful tools for restoring shared identity, building inclusive economies.
Constance, you'll have to change your slides as well. Yeah? Constance,
can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, but you'll have to change your slides as you do your presentation.
Yeah, I'm getting there. Between Africa. So today, let me see. Okay, so the bridge of opportunity, tourism and hospitality. Tourism and hospitality has been seen as that reconnection that will reconnect us. I'll share a typical example of our achievements and what we've done today. I'm not in the room, but tourism has given us that platform of Can you hear me?
Yes, Constance, I can hear you, but you need to put your slide on full screen.
Yes, I'm getting there. The bridge of opportunity, tourism and hospitality, which we talk about, using tourism and opportunity as an opportunity to bridge that gap. I'm not in the room right now, but you can see that through e-tourism, which is the internet-based tourism, I can see everybody in the room. I can see Ronald, I can see I can see every other person and the Prime Minister and all works. So that's the essence of tourism. So now, going to the next slide. Why are we focusing on tourism, on hospitality? The essence of this focus for tourism and hospitality, everybody has spoken very well in this regard, as part of what we're going to use to bridge this gap between Africa and the Caribbean. And we have major things which we have to look at: job creation and infrastructure. Tourism fuels employment opportunities and stimulates vital infrastructure development across both regions. So it's going to be an intentional approach to creating jobs within the two regions for the lower economies. Because my interest in this room is basically how do we translate all the highlights that we have mentioned to the common man in the streets. By the time you create these tourism industries, there will be job creation at both regions, and it will trickle down to the common man in the streets. We also have the cultural diplomacy and the community. It provides a powerful platform for diaspora return, rich storytelling, and robust community development. We have the shared identity healing. It promotes healing through reconnection, fostering a profound celebration of a shared heritage between peoples. What we must do, and this has been highlighted by other speakers before me, strengthen connectivity. We've talked about that when we were talking about the citizenship by investment and what Airpeace is currently doing. I like it the way the guy from, I think, St. Lucia, he mentioned direct flights from St. Lucia. Grenada has spoken about Brazil connecting as well. Develop infrastructure, build capacity. There has to be that intentional capacity development between both regions. The Bonny Chamber of Commerce, we were putting that together prior to this, whereby the Caribbeans will come over to Nigeria and train those in the hospitality industry, and we will be able to transfer skills. We need to be intentional about what we're doing. Leverage heritage. Promote the slave routes to ancestral festivals. Turn them into things that we can use in increasing the GDP at both regions. We also have the next slide, which is strategic tourism hubs in Africa. And this leads us to the hubs where we can visit between Africa and the Caribbean. From Africa, we have Bonny Island, where Bonny Chamber of Commerce is situated. It is an emerging free trade hub hosting existing LNG terminals, robust port facilities, and significant tourism potential. The Chamber of Commerce, which I do represent as the president, has strong diaspora linkages. We are members of International Chamber of Commerce, and we already have an agreement with CAIPA, which has more than 23 countries in the Caribbean, making it ideal for cross-regional engagements. So these platforms helps us to start off the tourism investment promotion, which we will have to do intentionally. We have the Cape Coast in Ghana. We all know the story. It features strong tourism infrastructure, impactful heritage education programs, and a vibrant landscape for small and medium enterprises poised for cross-regional partnerships. Freetown, Sierra Leone, we all know the story. I mean, down in Nigeria, we have the story of the Ajayi Crowther, who brought Christianity to Nigeria. He was taken over to Sierra Leone before coming down. So those heritage sites are still there. So we offer strategic deep ports and historical trade routes, making it a location for revitalized maritime existence. We need to understand who we are in this entire bridge which we're trying to build, and that's what we are fostering, saying tourism and hospitality brings it down to who we are, the detail of the reconnection. From the strategic tourism hubs in the Caribbean, we are already in Grenada right now, exploring the potentials which exist in Grenada. And I have heard that when I heard the Caribbean Investment Promotion speaking, he said, Grenada is a paradise. And when I heard that, it reflected me back to the Garden of Eden. I saw pictures that really looked like that, waterfalls and all of that. So that means it's a tourism hub in Caribbean. We have the St. Kitts and Nevis. It has the free zones, the port logistics, hospitality projects, ideal for joint venture partnerships. Barbados also, which was a confluence back in the days, has strong financial service sectors and an Afrocentric tourism strategy, which creates multiple entry points for cross-continental businesses. St. Vincent and Grenadines. When I mention some of these places, I want to relate it with who we are and how we connected as Africans. We have the Jaja of Popopo. From Bonny Island, he was taken over to St. Vincent. We have that on a historical site, still there. However, when we're saying using tourism and Caribbean, these storylines, we need to be intentional about them if we are building bridges, to be able to connect better and know that when you meet that person on the street, that is your brother you're relating with. Sometimes I make the error when I'm speaking with Roland. I'll start with my native language, thinking I seem to forget that he does not hear me. But English language is our connectivity, yes, but you are my brother. That's the first thing that matters. So the financial tourism development, some of the things that has to be taken, that we have to be very intentional about in putting in place, joint financing mechanisms, establish the Afri-Caribbean Tourism Investment Funds for SMEs. There are professionals who are in this industry. Myself, for example, I'm becoming a professional here. My doctorate is specializing in tourism and hospitality. So, but when we get into this industry, there has to be an intentional government funding for the SMEs who are exploring or moving into this industry to make it better. That's what we're saying. The Afreximbank and Caribbean Development Bank collaboration, which is already going on, and we will try to explore these channels. The ecotourism venture capital, some of these things needs to be really looked at. Then the diaspora return packages. Ghana has put something in place. We need to still explore, make use of all these packages if we are supposed to visit the heritage tourism bonds and the ancestral home visits, cooperative investment schemes. These models have to be set up. From the lower scale, cooperative societies can be set up whereby you relate. Apart from the very high level ones, we can trickle it down so that the little man on the street understands that the Caribbean is my brother. The Caribbean understands that Africans are my brother. We are one. So we start from all those little things. So the tourism export support the young ones which are coming up with the arts and craft, fashion and textiles, food, culinary experiences, wellness and traditional healing. I must mention in this platform a young lady who I say she's not normal, just hit the Guinness Book of Records with the longest paintathon in Nigeria, 7 days painting. She did not sleep. I watched Olivia day and night live stream, and she just hit the 168 hours on Monday. So I think she deserves a round of applause. So those kind of things are things we need to harness and make sure that we develop these people from these locations, Africa and the Caribbean, and know that we have what it takes. So institutional support and policy alignment. But all this cannot be possible if we do not have tourism visas and mobility. I like what had just happened in Grenada through the Afri-Caribbean. Visas, I don't think it was really an issue. It was seamless. Going to the Bahamas, it was seamless as well. But the big question we'll ask ourselves, if there's no Afri-Caribbean investment and tourism, what experience are we going to see from both ends? So those are some of the things that we need institutional support and policy alignments to make sure it happens. Facilitating those seamless travels, joint tourism investment agreements. I like what has also happened within the Caribbean, where the investment by citizenship, they are forming a collaboration to come up with a seamless approach. Yes, the CARICOM, CAIPA, and the AU are speaking on that regard. But the big question and the big plea that we make from the private sector is carry us along. We want to be able to transact with our brothers. We want to be able to get it right. We want to be able to move into fronts where the investment agreements between both parties can be seamless. Content and cultural exchange frameworks promote our cultural viability. Then, the last part, which is the cultural diplomacy and tourism through song. Basically, when I say tourism and hospitality is my professional view, theater is also where I see. And we should take it back to how were we bound back in the days. There's this particular song which our ancestors sang, swing low, sweet chariot, coming forth to carry me home. We were bound with songs. Our tourism story is spiritual, rooted in memory. This ancestral call translates into music festivals. We can resonate these festivals from the various points, invite each other and have those expos coming up. It must not be trade and investment core as in goods. Services and these musical festivals can be promoted. Storytelling tours, move to those sites. In the Caribbean, when we went to Bahamas and went for the excursions, which I know will be happening in Grenada right now, there were storytellings that we saw it live. We saw things happening. So that should be encouraged. Then the digital platform, using the e-tourism aspects to connect and have that experience. I'm currently using the e-tourism aspect to experience what is happening in Grenada, and that should be promoted very well. So call to action. Our call to action right now is activate pilot projects. As government, as the private sector, set up what you have to set up. What we are all enjoying in this room started from third Afri-Caribbean and investment promotion at Bahamas. I sat together with Ronald on the same plenary and we ignited. That is how Bonny Chamber of Commerce and Kaipa came up with this MOU that we are now using to promote this platform. So he says, activate pilot projects in trade corridors, tourism exchanges, and creative partnerships. Empower industry experts. Tour operators, agribusiness owners, and logistics players must lead these conversations. Come up front, and whatever support that is required, he says, a closed mouth is a closed destiny, but speak up, and that is how the world will hear and be able to help you with your story. Then tell our story together. Let's not tell it at one side as if it hurts the other person or not. But now we're looking at the opportunities. Now we're looking at the infrastructures that needs to be developed at both locations. Make use of all the advantages that we have, improve on it, tell our story together, and that's how the world will hear us. Through trade fairs, we've talked about the IATF, which we are all moving to. That will help us tell our story together. We are currently on the Afri-Caribbean. Develop your own pilot projects, which we can have exchanges. From the Bonny Chamber of Commerce, I'm happy to collaborate with the Grenada Chamber of Commerce, and we can use that particular platform and be able to tell our stories together. Joint ventures have united platforms. Africa and Caribbean are not apart. We're part of one another. Let us trade together, talk together, build together, and rise together. And on this note, thank you very much. My brother Ronald in the room, thank you so much for this opportunity. The chairman of Kaipa, His Excellency, the Prime Minister, and all the excellencies from the other countries from the Caribbean, and even the delegation from Nigeria. Because of e-tourism, I have watched the live stream. I see a lot of Nigerians on the platform, more than 123, which without this particular platform, they wouldn't have been in the room. You might say you're not seeing the Africans, but if you check the live stream right now, you will see lots of Africans, lots of Nigerians on the platform participating on this. We are not apart. We are together in this journey. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Constant. Thanks you for this enlightening presentation. I will now move to my next presenter. Right? Yes. Before my next presenter comes on, I am just going to make I have to make an excuse for Ms. Lewis, who have to depart. But thank you, Ms. Lewis, for being part of this panel. Thank you so much. Yes?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm just going to be brief about Guyana, but I want to ask you a question. Who here has been to Guyana? I'm actually pleased. We have about 15% hands up. So first of all, once again, I'm Rafiq Khan. I'm the president of the Guyana Manufacturers and Services Association. We are an advocacy body, a business support body for SMEs and medium and large companies in Guyana. Our membership is important, and I do want to stick a pin before I tell you a few facts about Guyana. It doesn't matter the size of your business. I would like to encourage every single entrepreneur to be part of a business support organization. The membership fees is not expensive, but the dissemination of information from government to private sector is very important. Why am I standing here today is because I'm part of an SME, a part of a business support organization in Guyana. So you have a platform to be able to get information and advocate as companies. We have to remember in the Caribbean, in your country, my country, private sector is the engine of growth, government is the facilitator. We need to take our stands as businesses, take the lead, and ensure that we are the engine and seek out our government to facilitate. That's how business support organization will be more and more vibrant. Now about Guyana. Guyana is considered a small country to the world, but Guyana has at least 300 islands. Some of you may not know that. It's said at least about 365 islands, one for each day of the year. Approximately 1,300 Grenada, the country of Grenada, can fit in Guyana. Guyana is the gateway to the Caribbean. Many times we think of our market being small. The Caribbean imports approximately 40 billion US dollars annually. And we have ourselves, we have a market. And sometimes we say Guyana market might be small. I mean, consider Grenada market, how small it is. And you got to play to your strengths. One of the questions in the panel is going to lead into that. But my point is, we have to recognize our opportunities within the region, and right within the Caribbean, you have Guyana with a bountiful natural resources in almost every sector you can think of. From minerals, bauxite, gold, diamond, timber, oil and gas, which is now one of our major sector and has put Guyana on the map to becoming one of the fastest growing economy in the world. We need each other in the Caribbean to grow. I'm not going to go into each of the subsectors of the economy, but we need to grow our manufacturing. We need to improve that so we can become self-sustaining as a region. Whether it's ecotourism, whether it's agriculture, whether it's agro-processing, whether it's construction, we need to be producing what we consume. Guyana has vast forests. 1% of our forests that we log in a sustainable manner can build the amount of homes for the Caribbean for generations to come with no exaggeration. Whether it's affordable housing, moderate housing, or luxury housing. Guyana is an amazing country with its people, with hospitality that you see in Grenada, you see it in Guyana. We have 5 races. The African race is the second largest in Guyana. We have experienced all of what the Caribbean has experienced in its growth and its transformation. Now we are at the next level, and we need each other to grow and get to where we need to be. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, thank you again for your remarks. I do have a question for you. How can Caribbean and African countries better leverage South-South cooperation to stimulate trade and invest industry development?
On. Okay. Mr. Theodore, I must say that is perhaps one of the most important questions in this entire forum. And I have 3 points in answering your question. Number 1, and which we know it, but I just want to remind you, is learning exchanges. We need to learn from each other our success and our failures. As I sit in this podium today, we have a delegation from Liberia in Guyana helping us to understand their success and failures and learning from our success within our forestry sector. We have had delegations from Guyana going to Ghana. I've been part of that delegation where not just private sector, but every single ministry of the government has gone to the African countries to learn about their success story. Guyana now has oil and gas. How do we know? We have never had any student or lawyers or teachers understand oil and gas. We had to borrow on experiences from Nigeria, from Ghana, from the African continent to understand how can Guyana not repeat some of the failures from the past. Our local content legislation was carved from learning exchanges from Africa. So even within the Caribbean, what can we learn from each Caribbean country? Let us not be selfish to these learning opportunities. And this is perhaps an opportunity for the government to be able to facilitate some of these learning opportunities and learning exchanges. Number two, we have to change our mindset to not compete within each other so much like we've been doing. Many times we miss the prize, we miss the vast opportunities because we're busy competing among ourselves and we don't realize how huge the market is. I want to read something briefly to you because it would not do justice if I don't at least tell you this. And I've learned this, and I want to pass this on to you. There's something called the abundant mindset. Who here has heard about the abundant mindset? I'm pleased, at least 6 persons here. And there's a scarcity mindset. It is something I want to just tell you the difference of the two. And I believe, Mr. Theodore, if we in the Caribbean, we in Africa, and the countries were to leverage on this, we can become an amazing region for trade. And remember, your question is about leverage. You cannot leverage what you don't have. You have to have something in order to leverage, okay? So a scarcity mentality focuses on limitations, while abundance mentality focuses on opportunities. Remember that. Scarcity mentality thinks small and fears risk, while abundant mentality thinks big and embraces risk. Third, you have short-term focus if you're scarcity mentality. However, abundance mentality, you long-term focus. 4, we hoard knowledge when you're scarcity mentality. Willingness to share knowledge is important with the abundance mentality. I have 3 more points for this. We sometimes focus on the competition, whereas we should be focusing on the customer. We also think we have all the answers, but the abundant mentality, willingness to learn from others. Last, we attach to the outcome if you're scarcity, but the abundance, trust the process.
So two things I mentioned so far: learning exchanges, abundant mentality, and the last point, Mr. Theodore, I want to mention is that we must be patriotic consumers and patriotic investors. What do I mean by that? Buy local. Believe in what you produce. We get sometimes carried away with the commercials of the world, of all the fancy products, and we neglect our own products made locally. We go into the supermarkets and you see the made in Guyana, well, made in Grenada brand maybe in the bottom shelf. We need to become more bold in our decisions in our supermarkets. We need to pride ourselves more in our locally made goods. We need to sustain each other in CARICOM by buying within each other. We need to invest in each other. I'm pleased to see the amount of Americans in the room that are reinvesting in Grenada. It is really commendable. As I speak to you, I'm an American and I'm Guyanese as well. I'm part of the diaspora. So some of you in the room are patriotic investors. You had a choice. You didn't have to come and invest back in Grenada. Okay? So many investors from Nigeria, you're investing in your brothers and sisters within the region. So embrace, buy local, use local, support, but at the same time, remember, the expectation is just the same. We do not want to produce inferior products. We want to keep our standards high. We want to have our labeling and our packaging. We want to do things that will make our brothers and sisters proud for the products that we consume. Thank you for those questions.
Thank you so much. Well said, thank you. Benedict, I do have a question for you. Benedict, are you hearing me clearly?
Yes, please.
Okay. So what specific comparative advantages does the region in Nigeria offer for investment, and how can Grenadian and Caribbean businesses tap into these investment opportunities?
And that is why we are saying that we can have these partnerships for value addition. Our diaspora investors. Diaspora investor is not just cash. You know, your network, your business, your influence. I heard someone in the room talking about investing in non-profit, you know, and someone else talked about how the number of your diaspora, even probably more than those that are on homeland. So we think also, like my sister has also said, services is a low-hanging fruit. There is so much that can be done in that space, and it's really underdeveloped. And then the blue economy as well. So tourism, the blue economy, the services sector, massive opportunities in these spaces.
Thank you so much. Constance, you spoke about a bridge. How can tourism become a bridge for stronger trade and business links between Africa and the Caribbean?
Thank you so much. The good news is that the Caribbeans are well set up with their tourism space at the moment. And we have the Atlantic, which is connecting the Caribbean and Nigeria. We can set up tour packages, which can be done by the promoters from the Caribbean and then from Nigeria. We can have intentional agency alignments or JV agreements such that we will have festivals or tour packages that are set up the same way you have the cruises within the Caribbean to now link up the Caribbean. I mentioned things like the festivals. the music festival. I mentioned things like the art festivals. I mentioned things like having the theater or the visits to the sites that we have at both locations. So tourism in that space gives you that opportunity to move from one location to the other. Recall, I am not speaking about permanently living at these locations. I am speaking as a temporary moment where you move to the locations and you have an experience which is fulfilling and engaging, and you get back to your normal location. So that's the tourism we are talking about. Once you move out of that below 1 year experience, it becomes that you are moving, you are migrating. I'm not talking about migration. I'm talking about having an experience which will be impactful for a purpose, educational purpose, or pleasure. That's the essence of the tourism.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Mr. Khan, we have been talking a lot about public-private partnerships. What are your recommendations for building strong PPPs across the regions to enhance trade and business connectivity?
PPP, private-public partnerships, it's vital. And we've had a lot of examples in Guyana that has worked. Take, for example, housing. In Guyana, you have at least, I would say, 500 contractors that are building homes for people. Small, medium-sized companies are doing perhaps 70% of the construction in Guyana. It's because of PPE, whereby government, where even if it's 10 lots allocation to a contractor, those are examples of how private-public partnership works from a micro level and helping the entire country to grow. Now, private-public partnerships is important because also private sector understands the reality on the ground when it comes to doing business, getting business done, making money. However, we need government to help facilitate some of the infrastructural costs that a lot of small businesses or even medium-sized businesses cannot afford. I'll give you an example. In Guyana, there is a farm-to-market approach. Many of the farmers, they don't have the ability to have a warehouse or have a big freezer from where they're producing their goods. Government provides the infrastructure to be able to have a more enabling environment for small and medium-sized businesses to grow. We also have opportunities whereby government will be able to help with the packaging, the labeling, and those things. So it is so critical. I'm just giving you some examples, but private-public partnership is vital, especially to developing countries and where we're looking for greater opportunities. Let's talk about funding. Access to capital is our perhaps number one hindrance to growth, Mr. Theodore. Access to capital. That's why most of you are here, let's face it. Could there be a revolving fund? Not a loan, a grant, and a revolving fund, you have to pay it back. It has to revolve to someone else. So I believe this is an opportunity for government to be able to provide a revolving fund or some major donor to provide a revolving fund for businesses to borrow upon and help grow their business by paying 2 to 3% interest rate, sometimes 0%. I'm not talking what I don't know because Guyana is doing it. We have revolving fund already established for the first time in the last 4 decades. It started about 4 years ago, where this revolving fund is to help furniture makers to be able to borrow and have some other type of asset guarantee that the traditional banks don't offer, right? So this revolving fund is very important in helping private sector grow. Thank you.
Okay, thanks so much. I turn to the audience. Any question for the panelists? It appears there is none. But what I will do, I will just ask there's a hand. There's a hand. So we just take 3 questions, and then we will move to the panelists to give them some final remarks, and then we close off this panel. So I'll take the first question.
Okay. My name is Nnamdi Onu. I'm a Nigerian, but I'm here in Grenada. Son is for my brother from Nigeria, asking after investment opportunities. Can he help us with investments in something like cassava and palm oil? Don't we have opportunities along that line because of the potential for the use of cassava for several other things? Also, palm oil. I know that in Nigeria, as we speak, we don't have enough palm oil. Nigeria imports palm oil. Now, if someone in the Caribbean is interested in investing in those areas, or in Guyana you have space and you plant palm trees, in 3 years you start harvesting, can he maybe throw some light? I can say from here that no matter what you produce from the Caribbean, Nigeria has capacity to absorb all the palm oil produced in the Caribbean. Now, because of land, for cassava, if investments are made, I'm aware during Obasanjo administration at a point, Nigeria was the highest exporter of cassava. And there are a lot of derivatives from cassava. Even as we speak, Nigeria exports cassava to China currently. So there are potentials along this line. Can he help throw some light in that area, these 2 products?
Benedict? Benedict, you heard the question.
Thank you for the question. So during my presentation, you must have heard me, I actually mentioned cassava as one of the opportunities, because the difference between cassava and oil palm is that cassava is not a tree crop. Oil palm is a tree crop. If you want to boost production, you have to wait. There's a gestation period. You might have to wait. You need patient investment, maybe 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, depending on the kind of hybrid crop. But cassava is a low-hanging fruit because it's a crop that and then secondly, the derivative of cassava are more. You can prepare industrial starch, which is very relevant across several industrial products. You can high quality cassava flour, very, very, very broadly used across different pharmaceutical and other kinds of products. Then even the ethanol that I mentioned, as we are moving towards renewables and reducing carbon footprint, there is a demand. Just about finding an investment, a business model that makes it competitive so that it can be blended into our traditional gasoline, our traditional fuel, to reduce the carbon footprint. And even in the rum, the Caribbean, spirits and rum industry, which the Caribbean is known for, they also blend ethanol, not the one that is not denatured, into those drinks. So we see a high prospect for cassava. Now back to oil palm. The oil palm industry is an industry that requires patient funding. All right. So, but the returns are very high. is one of the best sectors to invest in. There are almost 12 different derivatives from the oil palm, from the technical palm oil from the flesh, the palm kernel shell that is used now as also a high energy density and low carbon footprint substitute, is very much in demand in the Middle East and in Europe. Then the kernel, from the kernel you get the oil, from the kernel you get the cake. The palm fronds, they are used for, some of our traditional, the brooms, and also there are so many derivatives from the oil palm tree. But we have now in progress, an oil palm strategy plan. The Ministry of Industry and Trade and Investment has taken a tour. And right now we are creating a special purpose vehicle to support large-scale oil palm plantation. Like I said, Nigeria has 80 million square kilometers of arable land for farming, and we have only used half. This is one of our comparative advantages. We have the land, I used to tell someone that the Netherlands just has the land footprint of just Niger State, which is just about 10,000 square kilo. The footprint of Niger State is probably just a state in Nigeria. It's a very small footprint, but it does exports in hundreds of billions. It's able to add value to its exports, and it does exports in hundreds of billions, while about 400, 500 billion from dairy products and the like. While a lot of African countries that have 10 times the land footprint, 10 times the population, are still struggling with 5 billion, 6 billion in non-oil exports. So you see the huge potential. So if we have the right patient investment, you are going to make a lot of opportunity from the oil palm sector as well. But the low-hanging fruit will be the cassava sector. And we like the cassava sector because it's a very inclusive sector. It grows almost in almost all the states in Nigeria, at least 30 to 32 states out of 36 states, and it empowers the smallholder farmers, but the oil palm is for large plantations. So they both have their strengths and opportunities. And it's a discussion I'm willing to explore after this engagement.
Thank you, Benedict.
Thank you very
so
much. My Nigerian brother.
Next question, the lady in front, and then we go to the back, and then it's a question.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Nalko Philip, and my company specializes in financial and construction project management services. We help residentials build from ground up, doing budgeting, ensuring that all the projects are done on schedule and within budget. One of the things that I find that is extremely complicated to get is labor here in Grenada. Now, my question is for the gentleman from Guyana. You stated that you have a large amount of developers in Guyana. What is the relationship? How can we partner up with individuals from Guyana to have them, complete projects here in Grenada because of the labor, well, I wouldn't say labor shortage, but more of the skilled laborers. The finishing work is really important, and that's one of the things that I find that we lack here in Grenada for most of my clients.
Thanks.
Shortage of labor is a situation that is facing almost every country in the region. We have to face it. This is why it's important that we automate and continue to improve in our technology and invest wisely and not be so reliant on people. I just want to let you know that. But in terms of opportunities of investment in Guyana, when it comes to developers, you play upon your strength. So any sector that you have been successful in Grenada, whether it's tourism, agriculture, agro-processing, You can come and do the same business in Guyana, and I believe you can quadruple your income in the first year. And play upon your strengths. Many times we want to diversify and go into areas you're not strong in, but if you're a master of making, and I've tasted your nutmeg syrup, pancake syrup, I mean, we shouldn't be importing Canadian maple syrup if we have your beautiful nutmeg syrup. How can we boost that in Guyana? We have at least a dozen new hotels broken ground and building in Guyana. Each of them could be using that product. But we need people and skills to be able to do it with your strength. I'm just using that as an example. But you pick any area of expertise. It could be education. It could be IT. It could be construction. It could be engineers, architects. Tourism, and we don't have blue waters in Guyana, but we have ecotourism, that you can bring tourism and take it to the whole next level in Guyana with our vast forest. So it doesn't matter, and you can build capacity, you can partner with companies in Guyana that are looking for those skills, those specialized skills that each of you may have in you, that you can bring to Guyana. It doesn't even require money because many people already have the assets. It just takes the will. Thank you for that question.
Thanks. So you take one more question to the back. Mike. Mike to back.
My name is Ophelia Samuel, and I've been listening keenly to all the discussions. I have one question, and that is concerning the possibility of competitiveness among our nations as we move forward to making that connect with trade and investments with Africa. Now, every nation is interested in the benefit for their nation and their people. And I'm concerned about what is being put in place so that the nations of the Caribbean will be able to work together and not compete with each other in this whole process. What is being put, what discussions, what is being put in place to avoid that so that every nation will benefit and that all that must be done will be done strategically, that no nation will be disadvantaged. Is there anything being put in place in that respect?
I'll take a quick stab at this. There's a need for collaboration, right? And I want to just talk a bit about the Caribbean Association of Investment Promotion Agencies, CIPA. Now, investors on the whole look at investing in, to make an investment decision, they look at a block, whether they invest in North America, in Asia, or South Africa. They make up their mind after analyzing various regions. So what CIPA looks at is promoting the Caribbean as an investment destination, yeah? So you put the location in the minds of investors and also put in the mind of investors trade aspects as well as a block. We all have competitive advantages, yeah? So for instance, Trinidad on the oil and so forth and Guyana, at the end of the day, the cost of electricity is lower. So the country itself can promote investment and trade opportunities based on the comparative advantages that they have. But at the end of the day, you promote the region as a block for investing, right? Because you go to certain parts of the world and you say you're from Grenada, and people, where is that? But they may be aware of the Caribbean, so you promote the Caribbean as a block. And when they become excited in the Caribbean and the comparative advantage of the Caribbean as a block, then you showcase your own individual competitive advantages. And that is what KIPA has been doing since 2007, to promote the region as a block. The other associations that was mentioned, that is looking at the same thing, to look at promoting the region as a block. We cannot continue promoting alone. You have to go as a block. At the end of the day, working together works. And that's the sort of thing I think needs to be done while you package investment opportunities, while you do the necessaries. But those who have package opportunities, they are the ones who can benefit, right? So you have to be ready on a whole while you go out and you promote the region as a block. Yeah? So that's my response to you.
I was also looking at issues concerning like the main connecting airports from Africa. Let's say we choose Barbados, right? And does that put Jamaica at a disadvantage when persons who come from Africa come to Barbados and have to transfer from that point to go to Jamaica because there is some investment that they'd like to? What is being done in a way that that kind of cost, that kind of the logistics that would take place between the movement would be spread in a way that it does not disadvantage any particular country? I don't know if you understand where I'm coming from.
Totally understand where you're coming from. Very good question. And my response will be, whatever we do in terms of logistics, we have to be strategic. If we're not strategic, it's going to work to detriment of all of us. So we have to be strategic. And that'll be my response to that question. But I know we run out of time with this panel. I know Ms. Decima Williams has a question, has a comment. So I will lean to her, right? The mic is coming. And so after Ms. Decima Williams, I just go to the respective panelists to have 30 seconds.
Thank you.
To just give some remarks to close out. But Ms. Williams, the floor is yours.
Thank you, moderator, and I'll be very brief. It's the last day. Most persons have left. But because I'm in the public sector, I do want to say thank you for coming to Grenada, and come again. I stand to say that thank you. I am full-time in the public sector, but I have been blessed with private sector resources. And I need scaling up, partnerships for scaling up. So I'm going to advise you of the 3 opportunities that you can speak to me about. One is a small boutique hotel, not in St. George's, but in the other part of the country, on the East Coast, really. And that is an inheritance from our parents, and it would be a great asset to the country if it benefited from a more multinational or Caribbean partnership for scaling up and expanding the room stock in the country. The second option is the possibility for a new build, because there is a big eco property in the middle of Grenada waiting for the kinds of project development we heard about with range development. And lastly, attached to those are an education foundation activity that helps 50 students, including many since Hurricane Beryl, to access and excel in secondary and tertiary level education so that they can become the leaders, the next generation of leaders, principally from the rural sector. So although I am in public life, I have opportunities that are available in private life, and I want to thank all the organizers for this conference. Thank you, moderator.
Thank you so much. So to the panelists, I've given you 10 seconds for any final remarks. So, Mr. Khan?
Yeah, I do want to mention competitiveness being important. There's a tool that we all have at our fingertips that we don't use often, and that is a stronger voice at COTED, the CARICOM external tariff market. You know, so if you're producing, and I'm going to use Grenada as an example, if you're the major producer of nutmeg within the region, and any other country is buying nutmeg, you should be protected, right? But you, as a company, must go and voice that. You have to represent your country and your company at the COTED level. It's not just the government all the time. So we have a voice, whatever you're making, if you think that you need protection and you can service the entire Caribbean market with the same standard and quality, the market is open. So this is an advantage that we have that many of us don't use.
Okay. Thank you. Benedict, 10 seconds. Final words.
Okay, thank you. I just want to quickly, because this is a recorded engagement, when I said 80 million kilometers square, I meant 80 million hectares. We have 80 million hectares of arable land in Nigeria, and half is still virgin, waiting for development. Personally, I've learned a lot from this engagement, and I want to lay more emphasis on the role of SMEs in strengthening and boosting trade between these regions. And of course, the market makers, our very powerful teeming diaspora, African diaspora, Caribbean diaspora, because diaspora remittances to Africa is 5% of the continent's GDP. It's a 20th of the GDP. So they are market makers. They are with the buyers. They are with the retailers. They are with the financial instruments in the leading market. So these are key to strengthening in the short term the benefits of this transatlantic trade corridor. Okay.
Thank you. Constance, 10 seconds.
All right, thank you so much. So my closing remarks will be thank you to everyone that has participated today. And just to resound the tourism and hospitality aspects as our bridge building, the project Polaris, which is the medical tourism, the educational tourism from your medical, connecting to America. I'm right here in America, and we can connect to each other since it has that certification, building those tourism packages to connect us. The connection is now. There's no more time. We can do it. So thank you everyone for that. I look forward to meeting everyone from the various countries. And just like Ronald mentioned, from the Caribbean nations, CAIPA is doing that connection, whereby for an African to be able to connect to the Caribbeans, we move to the Caribbean and we're able to see what you have in your individual portfolios. The same thing from Nigeria, we're working on that. And that's why we have the NEPC, Architect Benedict here, and we're connected to NASIMA, which is our main chamber of commerce, who will have that same platform so that the SMEs can intentionally and be able to be satisfied so that you're not moved to the different fronts and you have issues. We will strategically and intentionally make it clear such that this bridge we are trying to build is neatly done. Thank you also, and I want to recognize my brother Namdi Ono for being there. We look forward to doing more. Everyone in the room, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we come to the end of this this panel, and I know, thanks for being a panel, all right? All right. And I now hand over back to the moderator.
Thank you, Ronald, for this final panel discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give them a round of applause for their great work in ensuring that investments are promoted. And I just want to thank each of you for attending today. Just like that, ladies and gentlemen, we've journeyed across the ocean with our ideas and, of course, our opportunities. And as we close, I'd like to thank each speaker, each panelist, each moderator, and our guests for all the insights, energy, and commitment to building a stronger Afri-Caribbean future. Let's carry today's momentum into meaningful partnership, and I invite you to continue networking, ensure that you make a purchase. We still have a lot of products on display from Grenada and across the region as well. So thank you all again for being a part of building bridges, investments, trade, and business. Until next time, ladies and gentlemen, I am Neela Etienne. It was a pleasure to serve you for the last couple of days. I am taking some time off. I'm spending 5 days in Carnival, even if the celebration is 2. So, I have a very special announcement. This is the last announcement I'm going to make for the day. Lunch is served at the restaurant. That's a good announcement, right? Have a good day, everybody. Enjoy the rest of the week.